Alright, so, something a little simpler today. A little easier in some ways, perhaps. This is Wildkeepers Rising. Another bullet heaven, survivors like, whatever you want to call that type of game. This one kind of walks an interesting line in some ways between something like, well, how to describe this? Take something like the Temtem Swarm game that came out with the monster collection aspect of it, and your standard bullet heavens. Basically take any of them, really. It doesn't matter particularly which ones. And you smash those two concepts together, and you get what this is instead of purely powering up your singular character per run, you're also actually acquiring a team of creatures to back you up and powering them up alongside you. And if what I'm describing doesn't make sense because my brain is kind of fogged today, just watch and you'll understand what's going on with this game. And it may show itself better than I can describe. I'm just gonna take care of one thing right quick and then we'll get the ball rolling. There we go. Okay.
Balance is a fragile thing. Once, the Guardians walked among us, ancient spirits of boundless power, protectors of the land. Beside them stood the Wildkeepers, their chosen partners, united by an ancient bond that wove their fates together. But peace demands sacrifice. When the monstrous horde rose to consume all, the Guardians gave everything to protect us, and the veil between our worlds collapsed. With their connection severed, the Wildkeepers were cast adrift. Now the land stirs once more. Creatures born of corruption spill across the horizon. This is not the chaos of nature. It is something darker, something cruel.
Spooky nature.
So, Ophelia, one of the few who still bears the mark of the Wildkeepers, leaves the safety of her village. Guided by the memory of a bond she has never known, she steps into the wilds. But she is yet to return.
And that brings us up to now. I swear by the ancient bond I shall find Ophelia and bring her home. Ophelia ventured forth last dawn. If the dark creatures have indeed spread their taint to the sacred Everglades, then the situation is more dire than we feared. I understand. Walk with care, Corn. We haven't faced a threat like this in a long time. I will succeed, no matter the cost, with my fancy crooked sword. Yeah. As you can see, as it says there, attacks are automatic. You can actually activate manual attacking if you so choose. The option's right there. Decent amount of visual options, decent amount of audio options, including subtitles, which are always helpful. I didn't actually have to change much of any of this. I raised the frame limit just in case, and that was about all I touched over there. It actually was pretty sensible with its defaults. Not that something like this should need too much fiddling anyway. Yeah, as you can see, your typical level up menus here. As we gather Guardians to our side, this is actually going to change a little bit because it will choose between upgrades for the Guardians and for us. I do like these little pieces on the side here. They're attached to what rarity you end up getting, but it makes it easier at a glance without even having to look at the middle to tell what rarities you got going on when you got these little attachment bits at the end. In this particular case, I'm just going to go ahead and go straight for 4 more damage. These are things you actually attach to either yourself or your Guardians. Everything has 2 slots. And in this particular case, let's take Ground Spike. You just drag that right on in there. There you go. And it'll tell you on it what it's affected by. Like in this case, it's affected by our attack speed, our damage, and I think that's range. I think that's range. I'm not sure what all of these mean off the top of my head. Don't click this door, by the way. That's quit game. You don't want that unless you're actually trying to quit. And now you'll see I just periodically emit spikes, which is pretty useful when everything wants you dead. The audio should be balanced decently. Hey, look, we found the one we're looking for already. It's almost like she didn't get very far. Funny that. Let's take the extra dash. But what she's trying to do is break this thing. So let's go ahead and just get that done, shall we? Especially since she's getting kind of buried in monsters over there. I could do something about that, but I'm sure she's fine. Like, there's no health bar. I'm sure it's okay. And there we go. Corin, thank the gods. Ophelia, are you hurt? No, I'm... Timely arrival, young Wildkeeper. I'm known as Gramph. You're real, a guardian. I never thought I'd see the day. Real and bound by purpose. The world falters, but hope stirs anew. By freeing me from the shrine, you have rekindled the link between our worlds. You may now call upon us through the monoliths, and the gate in your village will grant passage to our realm. But know this, a few of us remain. Most have been lost, taken I know not by whom. Felt another presence near the shrine. Another guardian? Yes, I sense Merkel lies captive nearby. Warren, return to Chief Aldrich with this news. You must know what's begun. I won't leave you alone again. Please, go. We will rescue Merkel and rejoin you at the village. And now we're controlling Ophelia, so now we're shooting instead of stabbing. This is a rare situation as far as that goes, so don't expect to be changing characters that often. I assume you probably pick them up as you do unlocks later, but for now, this is just a quick switch that happens. Things like this are actually really neat, is you can actually take all the damage you would take and make Emp over there take the damage instead. I'm gonna take the every 20-second guaranteed dodge, though. We just need to go get the other guardian that's over here, and then the tutorial mission will end. When you see that white outline around one of your guardians, you can activate their special, which are referred in here as supers, but I'm going to call them specials because it's what I'm used to calling things like that. As you can see, you can get the cooldown reduction for it as well, which is pretty nice. I'm going to walk away from Gramph here because his super is that he charges towards where you're standing and then slams. So the further away from him you are, the better off you might be, because he'll run through more enemies that way. We can get Ground Spike back, or get regeneration or extra health. Let's grab extra health for Gramph. Now, there's a thing about their health. They can't technically die. They get knocked out for a few seconds, and then they'll get back up again. So, more health for them can be good to keep them from getting disabled at any point, but it is more important to preserve your own health, because if you die, the run ends. So, you can see the difference there immediately. And there's our target right there. Grab multi-shot, because those are very rarely a bad idea. This is going to take a minute to destroy this thing. Even as you can see there, hitting with the super doesn't do that much damage. And we got our free dodge. Activate his special again. Okay, go ahead and add stun to that. We're gonna want to grab the orbs that don't look like the blue experience orbs, because those are, I think they're referred to like runes or something. I'm not actually sure what they're called, but they're your meta currency. That's the short version. We now have Merkel, the weird, like, squid thing that's following along next to us. Because each of the Guardians have their own behaviors as well. In the case of Merkel, Merkel will always stay next to you. And there's the special right there, firing off a crazy amount of shots to clear some space for you. It seems to always fire to the left, which is interesting. But all we have to do now is just get out of here, so we're just gonna push our way through and get out. We don't need to worry about Gramp, because remember, we can just pull him to me with the special at any time. As long as it's charged. We can keep expanding the amount of shots we do, just turn this bow into a shotgun. Clear some space for me, Merkel, thank you. Yeah, you probably noticed by now that all of the upgrades are getting split. Hey there, Snork, how's it going? Go ahead and grab some more fast shooting for Merkel. Good to hear. Let's go ahead and tank our way to victory because we're not going to be on this stage for much longer anyway. Keep raising Merkel's piercing. Because that applies to the special as well, which is really nice. I could sit here and grind material on this, but there's no reason. Let's just get out of here. Get the actual main game opened up. Ophelia, you've returned. Exactly. Nothing wrong with a shotgun bow. Gramf and Merkel, can it truly be you? How many years has it been? Baldric, when I last saw you, you were but a child. It feels right to walk this land once more. We need time to recover now, but we will lend our strength when the need arises. Otherwise known as all the time, because we're kind of in need all the time right now. Until then, farewell. Chief, we need to locate the places where the other Guardians are trapped. I can do it. I can do it 9 times. I'll scout the area and uncover the remaining shrines. And Corin, is that wise? This isn't a task to be taken lightly. There's no time to hesitate. I'm ready to face whatever comes. And yeah, now we're in an actual run. We have to find 4 monoliths and survive for 10 minutes to fulfill the criteria of this run. Till then, we're stuck here. We can't leave. Well, we can leave one way. It's by dying, but I don't recommend that. It's not very effective. This was all available in the demo, which is why I know what's going on right now, because I tested the demo like an hour or so ago to make sure this was something I actually wanted to do before I bought the game. Let's go ahead and take the extra dash. Is raising our damage output slightly really isn't going to do too much for us right now. I'm actually going to grab the extra health and put it on Corin right now. We're going to move that over once we get a Guardian, though. Because the Guardians are going to need the health more than we do, depending on which one we grab. Because there's a lot of options. This particular patch is not what I was hoping for, but that's fine. We got Smack, who literally poops health power-ups and gives crit chance, Buzz, the heavyweight ball of fur with a temper, and Splizz, the magic shooter with a mesmerizing tail. Splizz out of these 3 is the only one I used in the demo. Dazzle just stuns everything in a pretty wide radius, which is kind of nice. Hopefully it was at least worth the 7 you paid for it. Let's give Buzz a shot. I haven't used Buzz yet. God damn, they weren't kidding when they said he was a heavyweight. He's big. And he's another one that looks like he just actively goes forth and attacks things instead of hanging out with you. Seems like mostly the melee ones, obviously, will walk around and do things, and the ranged ones will stick to you. Yeah, let's get you some cooldown reduction, buddy. You're gonna need it. Let's give you ground spike as well. Flip the health over to you because your health pool is bigger. You'll get more of a benefit out of it. And the ground spike will help keep you under control a little bit. Okay, then that's definitely worth it. I'm alright. Tired because I had more interrupted sleep than usual last night, but I'll live. Oh yeah, the Guardians also have their own independent aggro radiuses, so we can actually enhance his aggro radius to make more of the monsters go for him rather than us. Which, with his larger health pool, yeah, sure. Okay, and he just engages Sonic mode when he uses his special. Okay. Didn't really go in a useful direction because he just kind of spun around in a tiny little spot there, but it's fine. More attack range, especially since it's legendary. Sure thing. This is not going nearly as well as the test did, but that's not a surprise because I have different options this time. We'll just hang out with Buzz till we can clear some of this space up a bit. Regain control of the field a bit here. I mean, who needs to aim when you just hit everything? Yeah, I'm actually going to take the heal on every level up because we're going to need to level out of this trap I put myself in a little bit here. There we go. The heal also heals both us and the Guardian, I think. I still don't know for sure on that one. I could grab an additional dash, but I'm actually going to make his super last longer because that seems like a super that needs time to really get its job done. I don't know why he's just kind of hanging out. Like, even before when I was further down, he didn't really leave this area over here. But I've noticed in this game that the melee Guardians seem to get stuck kind of easily. Like, their targeting priority is a little dumb. Actually, he's been holding up pretty good, so let's do a quick adjustment here. I'm going to take his spikes away, and now any damage I take, he'll take instead. Because he's got 5 times my health pool, so that'll be fine. This way we can freely push out, and he'll work his way after us as best he can. And this way we can actually go grab some more Guardians to enhance our power more quickly that way. Because every time we touch one of these, we get another friend. Spliz, Turtail, or Merkle. We've seen Merkle already, and I know how Spliz works. I had Turtail as my first one before, and he wasn't that great, so we'll take Spliz. Like, Turtail does a lot of damage, but he gets knocked out a lot, was the experience I had testing that one. Okay, you can see Spliz will do a much better job of sticking with us because he's ranged. He will wander off a little bit. But more importantly, everything that can see him wagging that tail around is stunned. And we'll make that last longer. Go ahead and give you Magic Missile, so that'll be useful for you to have. As you can see, it doesn't last forever, but lasts a good long while to give you time to move around and do whatever you need to do. He's kind of been doing fine on piercing, but piercing's still good to have. Let's go ahead and just get ourselves another friend. Remembering that we don't really need to worry about taking damage because Buzz will take the damage for us. Smack, Turtail, and Nipper. I've not used Nipper or Smack yet. And something that poops health power-ups does seem useful. But Nipper just looks so funny. I kind of need to see how that works out. Okay, that's exactly what I expected. Little squirrel thing that just goes murder mode and just starts chewing everything in sight. Yep, that's about right. Buzz, if you could just, like, move down a little further, buddy. Just a little further, please. That might be good enough. I'm trying to move him close enough that he'll hit more things with his special. Oh, okay. Nipper just gets big and angry and goes crazy with the chewing. This is the problem with the lower health melee guys, though, is they just get destroyed. He'll get back up after a little bit, but he's gonna have a rough go of it. While everything is caught up, let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle and go get our fourth. And then we'll just hold out for the 10 minutes and the job will be done. Nice and easy. And I don't know if anything's near Buzz, but his super was charged, so I figure I may as well. There we go. That's how he's meant to stay alive. He has vampirism. Okay. And we'll grab him barrier. Is an extra 100 hit points will serve him well. Just keep using the stuns. These pedestals are really nice because they give you a free upgrade. And these are for everybody in the party. Not just for one. So these are very good to have. In this particular case, I'm going to go ahead and grab the 8% more health because we have two kind of fragile guardians on the team here. Now, I don't know if it counts for the ones you haven't taken yet. Like, since we had a fourth spot left, does the fourth one benefit from those? I don't know. Let's give Smack a chance. And there we go, we get an upgrade reroll for grabbing 4 guardians. Oh wow, he is genuinely just dropping health constantly, which the other 2 are actively targeting to pick up, so that's great, actually. He'll keep them alive better. If you just go crazy and go chewing on the world, stun them all to buy you time to chew your health back into shape. Keep getting more and more aggro radius for Buzz, though his health is definitely getting a little bit rough. So I may need to get him something that'll make him a little more durable soon. Yeah, basically the plan now is we're gonna run and grab all the pedestals I can get my hands on to make the whole team stronger, and then just level up as best we can. 10% crit chance for everybody? Sure, that seems like a great idea. Okay, so the skull was from the little orb guy's buff. Okay. Yeah, Super's crit chance increased by 20%. Ooh, increased super damage and resistance by 50%. That does seem really good, considering his whole shtick is dealing out damage, and he heals by damage now. Okay, let's stop being stuck in this little corridor here. Come along, everyone. Let's get out of this mess. Let them do their work while I boogie out of here. Because they'll pick up all the hearts from Smack along the way. Extra range for everybody wouldn't be a bad idea, but it's hard to argue with 15% more damage for the whole team. Okay, looks like it doesn't have a radius. It'll just give the whole team the bonus when I activate Smack, so I may as well just activate it on cooldown, basically. Every time it's done, just set it off again. So that's good to know. Duration of hearts can last longer. Some block for you is probably a good idea, because you are getting chewed up. Go ahead and stun them all so he can eat. Buff him up while he eats. 3% cooldown for everybody is not bad, but I'm actually going to take the regular attack cooldown. Because the regular attack cooldown benefits us as well. Corin himself doesn't have a super, at least as far as we've been able to get so far. There's only a couple pedestals left on the map now. Stun an attacking enemy instead of receiving damage 10% of the time. That's pretty cool. But more leech life, yes, yes. I wish I could share that health between them all. There we go. Go ahead and stop the enemies in their tracks so he can feed and Buzz can live longer. Yeah, the increased range Buzz has makes his animation look a little stupid because he's hitting enemies over here even though he's standing here. It's a little ridiculous. Just look at them go. They're just going to town on all the problems here. And make his attacks even greater. But I can give him double attack and defense while he's in big form. That's pretty good. That's hard to argue with. He just ruins everything now whenever he goes big. He has no reason to go home. All he has to do is go big. I want to grab all the shinies, though. Problem is, you know, business as usual for this style of game. All of the loot is under all of the enemies. So it's a little bit of a problem. Just a little bit. Increasing health restored by hearts is probably a good idea. Block percentage is a good idea. Because right now, Buzz only has 10% block. We can, instead of him having a little bit more health, raise his block by a 30%. You'll notice he's in negative health now, though. He's probably going to get knocked out by that. He'll get back up. He'll be fine. He'll get over it. And then you get the extra bit of health buffer for now. Yeah, he got knocked pretty hardily out by that, but that's okay. He'll get back up right as rain. Nothing bad happened. We'll just have to keep that in mind for the future, that reducing their max health does actually cause death if it's done without thinking it through first. Do take into account also the fact that we started taking a lot of damage after he went down, because he is our health reservoir. So reducing his health is not my finest idea, but the reason why, well, this solves the problem entirely anyway. The reasoning for doing that, though, was to preserve the health he did have so that we can continue to use it as a pool. Is reducing it by us getting hit is one thing. Reducing it by him walking into a pile of enemies was a different problem. A much more frequent problem. So after all, if he has no health, we can't use that health to protect ourselves. I don't know if I'm getting to that pedestal before this ends. No, I'm definitely not. So I might as well just go looting instead of grabbing those. Crit chance increased by 50% or 50% attack size. I like this idea. Shoot big bullet. Though he's not attacking right now while he's keeping them all distracted. Okay, yeah, those bullets get pretty good. We got another or unlock. Hey, ABC, how's it going? Another 20 seconds and we'll be out of this stage. Go ahead and stun the whole lot again. Four, 3, 2, 1, stage over. First try. So let's see. Yeah, Buzz and Nipper did about similar overall damage. We had Buzz for a fair bit longer, though. Splizz did decent, but was also occupied with stunning enemies for most of his lifespan, so that makes sense that his isn't as high. Even Smack did some damage. But now we can unlock new bonuses that we could carry forward. Like, we could have acid puddles, or 30% chance to dodge. Or my personal favorite out of the ones I saw immediately, a copy of the Guardian appears, so you now have two of the same Guardian, but they share health. We're grabbing that one. And now we have a sigil reroll as well. These are blinking, but we can't actually grab them right now because you only have the 1 point when you first come back. Now, down here is your meta progression upgrades. Your basic damage, stun duration, crit chance, crit bonus, health, regeneration, blocking, dodging. Experience radius and bonus are both in. Move speed, and then revives, which would be quite nice. But now you see why I was grabbing the tablets, is those go into these three categories here. We'll obviously be powering up our attack a decent bit. And we'll go ahead and raise our crit bonus and our crit chance a little bit. As far as these go, yeah, I can afford to do that. So one of each, and then a second one for the experience bonus. Over here, let's get some regen, and then we'll just accept the fact that we're not getting anything else yet. So that's all of that taken care of. The spirit realm is over here. I didn't actually look into this. Oh, that's just where they're all hanging out. Okay. And that's where you get information on what upgrades they can get and everything. Okay. That makes sense. We won't worry about looking at all of that right now, then. Because that's for people who are actually going to make plans and think ahead instead of just going. This is where all of your unlocks are, basically. Like all your extra sigils, your banishes, your extra money. Basically your achievement system. We won't worry about going through all that either, because that's a lot of information for people who are going to be thinking a lot more than I am today. And that's the entire village. Once you go up here, you can choose your next stage to do. Because there are actual, like, mission targets for this game. In our particular case, we're going to go collect more allies that we can potentially get. In particular, we need coal in order to be able to go this way, because you need coal to have fire. So we're gonna go grab coal first. Okay, it takes 5 minutes for Cole's prison to appear. So I basically have 5 minutes to get stronger before dealing with that. That makes sense. Buzz was great for absorbing damage, but not super useful for fighting, so I'm gonna grab Merkel out of those choices, because Merkel's good at clearing. I would have rathered have a tanky one to start with, but Buzz just doesn't really do it the way I would want to. Our first upgrade, go ahead and grab the heal on level up for the moment. You know what? Since Merkel stays close, double Merkel's actually good. There we go, we can grab Graham. Oh, they share a super as well. Oh boy. That's silly, I like that. Yeah, Gramph is also gonna run off just like Buzz did, as we saw him do before. Let's go ahead and get the health bonus. This for everybody first. Actually, no reroll. Yeah, block for Graham. Why not? There we go. There's blood sacrifice. Throw that on you. Now I don't have to worry about taking damage. I can just kind of go forth and do things. Obviously, I don't want to get my twin Merkles killed, but... Go ahead and grab Splizz again. Nipper was good, but Nipper, when you first grab him, just keeps getting himself killed, so I don't know if I really want him right now. Go ahead and raise Merkel's damage. Let's just grab the extra health and slap that on Graham. 840 should keep me alive. Cooldown for everybody. Yeah, we're scaling up reasonably quickly. I'm happy with this at the moment. We'll see how long that holds. 10% damage for everybody. The attack size one was tempting, because it would be funny to just shoot large projectiles everywhere and have nice big sweeping attacks. Oh, okay. Just saw a random email pop up and I wanted to make sure it wasn't anything that was going to be an issue. Oh, more accurately, like 5 notifications all popped up on my phone simultaneously. It was a thing. 10% chance to stun, sure. with there being 2 Merkles, 10% for each of them to stun should be valuable enough. There's not enough enemies around for me to really worry too much about, like, using Splizz's distraction or anything. So may as well just keep that in the pocket for the moment. Yeah, I'll show off Turtail since he's in the pool. His whole shtick is he is, like, turtle-adjacent creature with giant tail. That's basically his whole thing. As long as those two stay together, he should be fine. Turtail's super is just big spin. Does a lot of damage. Has very good knockback, but also leaves them a little vulnerable. Like, if something's shooting at him or such, he's just gonna get bodied. Keep raising our total damage. Now we just wait for the prison to appear. And then we go grab a coal, and then we'll have more options. Oh, there's mushrooms that shoot lasers now. That's a thing. Yeah, 40% attack range for you is great. We'll grab you with dodge. Keep you alive. Oh, you've actually scaled up decently. 480 is not bad. Yeah, these laser eyes are a little spooky. But they're under control, mostly. Business as before. Let's go grab all those pedestals. Looks like you can kind of clean these early maps up as far as all the collectibles on them very fast. But then again, I suppose I am kind of cheesing the system a bit here by just having a Guardian with huge HP just being my soak machine. Just absorbing all damage for me. Go ahead and grab ground spikes and throw them on you as well, since you'll be in the thick of things all the time. Should help provide a little bit of buffer for them as well, so they don't get surrounded too badly. More attack size now seems worthwhile. I would have grabbed the super cooldown, but we've really just not even been using our supers because they just don't... There's not enough enemies around to make these supers do much. Which I think is partially because we're constantly moving right now. Get the extra health. Ooh. Yeah. Twin shotgun squids. There we go. This is fine. I mean, I feel like this is cheating the system a little bit by having 5 Guardians instead of 4, but hey, they gave me the power to do it, so that's on them. I'm not responsible for the power they choose to give me. I am only responsible for what I choose to do with it, which in this case is destroy everything being in my path. Ooh, look at that guy. Oh, he's got fire breath. Okay. Upsetting. Yeah, keep boosting your health up, since you are our HP pool. Go ahead and start using supers now that there's getting to be more enemies around. Yeah, the twin supers, they're just shred. Delightful. Makes my life a lot simpler. But this is why we kept the supers in the pocket, because I had a feeling that eventually we were going to hit a point where they were going to start going a little nuts, and here we are, where they just start piling enemies out compared to before. Yeah, make the spray last a bit longer. As you can see, their cooldowns aren't that bad to begin with. It really doesn't take that long for these supers to recharge. Gotta hold out 20 seconds for that prison to appear, and then we would presumably have to destroy it just like we destroyed the other ones. 30% chance to stun enemies, okay. Increased block would be nice, but magic missile on you means there's 2 things firing magic missiles as well, presumably. Go ahead and lock things down for a moment here. Trying to keep everybody alive. Coal has been found. All the way down there. Understood. Yep. Down goes Turtail, which is not a surprise. I'm gonna reroll. And disappointment. I was hoping to get a health boost for Turtail. 20% stun on the super is fine. Keep doing your rapid fire. I don't even know why that one was attacking the open air to the side of us. None of the Guardians were over there. We weren't over there. There was just nothing there. Now comes the clever plan. Stun everything around us, and then machine guns go! Yeah, that's just destroying the prison, like, immediately. There we go. We now have coal. We win. Easy. And we get a sigil for having done a first victory. Okay, so that's how we're really gonna be getting them. Our new ones over here are enemies enter a bubble radius 5, move at half speed. Movement speed for a specific guardian is set to 100 meters a second, so they just start warping around, going crazy fast. Enemies explode on death, dealing 10 damage in a 2.5 meter radius to everyone. If that wasn't a guaranteed everyone, I'd be with it on that. I think I'm gonna grab the acid trail so that we can get these circles. So we have more attacks. That seems useful. We also need to get our Guardians to level 10 to unlock more of those things. Over here, we got a bunch of green. So let's just raise health, I think. Because we did have a few dicey situations there. And we'll just spend the excess in the rest of that, just so we have at least a little something. Now, obviously, our next immediate goal is going to be to go get the others. Okay, Riza looks like a spider, and we've got Kiraboom, which is a squirrel-looking thing. Flip a coin. I don't know which of these two I want. Obviously, we'll gain access to 2 more of them once we clear the bridge. Head's Riza, tail is Kiraboom. Okay, Kiraboom has won the toss. We're going there first. I'm obviously going to prioritize grabbing as many Guardians as I can first, and then we'll worry about going and getting the other missions done. Yeah, just grab the health straight off the top. Just not even going to worry about fighting till we get a Guardian with us. Okay, so Cole is another low health fighter. Flaming dragon that launches fireballs all over the place. Sure, why not? Very on brand to have a dragon on the team. So we are gonna definitely need to get some support quick. Okay, that's pretty good. Just set that specific section of the map on fire. I can live with that. And at least the damage output's pretty good. Fire rate's decent. I do not like the fact that we have the enemy, like, tree dragon things immediately in this one. That's mildly concerning. Go ahead and grab Gramph. Because he's just very useful as a sponge. Reroll that. Ooh, reduce damage taken if enemies on fire is pretty good. But legendary constitution's kind of hard to argue with. Well, there's blood sacrifice, so we're definitely taking that. This way we can't die. It's a bit lazy, I know, but I just don't want to spontaneously die when we're trying to do these basic unlock jobs here. Just because I take one bad misstep somewhere. It would just be disappointing all around. Yeah, I'm gonna take Merkel again. Merkel's just too useful. And we really don't need multiple melee units that much. Try again. Yeah, faster cooldown for you is probably good. But what about 2 dragons? Though they don't stick to me as well, so they aren't gonna live nearly as well, but it's fine. It's funny. Oh, there's some kind of like nest structure down here, it looks like. What's this? Can I burn it? The answer is yes. Though burning it was resoundingly less effective than I'd hoped. Ooh, all damage increased by 1% for each enemy on fire. Okay, okay. I'm interested. They are currently unconscious, but it's fine. They'll get over it. Yeah, as I feared, their health pool is going to definitely be an issue. I'm stuck. Yeah, really big super cooldown is probably worth something to me. Yeah. There's another guardian. Now, I just made the argument about not wanting any more melee, but we've been using Spliz a lot. We're gonna grab Nipper regardless of what I just said. And Nipper's just a funny little guy. I don't entirely know what they mean by combine 1 attacks. I assume just, like, you hitting something with multiple attacks. Something along those lines. Twin flames. I'm not sure what getting rid of these nests is even doing, if you want me to be honest. Yeah, go ahead and reduce your recovery time, because you're going to end up recovering. Well, the barrier will help you. Okay, he won't go around an obstacle to get to me. He will just get stuck. I'm also having trouble getting around to the right side of this structure here in order to hit it with Merkle like I'm trying to. We'll grab a shredder and put it on ourselves, because we're typically in a good spot for that to work. Interesting pathing choice, but that worked out. Go ahead and make your super last longer. Maybe we'll get something if we clear all of them. Maybe that's the thing. This really doesn't seem to be rewarding us at all at the moment, and I'm kind of concerned about that. Unless maybe that's where we've been getting these bonuses. Maybe they are giving me these, and I'm just confused by timing. Ooh. Damage 20% for each attack that doesn't kill, resets after a kill. That would actually be really good against, like, large boss-type enemies, because he'll just keep hitting it over and over again. And just get stronger and stronger. Yeah, maybe those things were just like a guaranteed level or something. Basically, the whole team is down, so that's not great. On that note, maybe 20% more health for everybody is a good idea. Cramp, get over here. I'm interested to see where this goes. Get some extra fire duration to make the twin dragons a little more useful. It may be slightly more worth my while, though, to make like double Nibbler or double Gramph instead of the twin dragons. As helpful as the dragons could be, I don't know if they're quite there yet. Because they're just a little too fragile. Yeah, big damage increase. Yes, please. Burn the world? No. Nibbler needs feed to be relevant. Or at least to stay relevant, I should say. He is at his most relevant when he can drain life to stay alive. Okay, I was going to theorize that we were getting all legendary upgrades in these because of what level we had reached, but no, this one disproves that theory. But that's also why I was holding that thought till I saw that one, because you don't really have a way of knowing till you get more samples. Merkel is just like forever behind because of the fact that they'd gotten knocked out and they're a little slow. Ooh, 70% damage reduction while an enemy's on fire. Yeah, that seems like a good idea, actually. Thick skin. Ramph needs that. Help protect him and keep him on the field longer. Well, I just activated Nibbler's super just in time for him to die, so that's great work. Great use of a super by me. Well done. Kiraboom has been found. Get you some cooldown because you're the one who actually stays on the field and does stuff. I'm maybe interested to see the damage layout when this run is done. I feel like it's actually going to be like very Gramph heavy just because of the fact that he's been able to stay on the field consistently. So we may go down here soon as he's getting a little overwhelmed with laser guys. Yeah, big crit chance increase is worth it to us. Roll in, activate your supers. Give you a damage buff. We do need to keep heading south, though, to make it to Kiraboom. We don't have the crazy machine gun set up to chew through the structure this time either, so we're gonna have to take a bit longer. There he goes! You see him on the minimap just go flying across the field. You know, I would be much more enthused by the 50% fire damage if it wasn't 50% to raise it by 2. But with how little that fire damage is, I feel like it is necessary for it to be increased at some point for it to matter. And they do spread the fire around pretty well. Then again, you know, there is 2 of them. Okay, now we're on target. Thanks to our health being shared, we can kind of just hang out here. Get some health regen, why not? And slap that on you, because you do have enough health to kind of stay alive for a bit. Especially now you can get damage reduction on call, pretty much. You two come here, burn this thing to the ground. There we go. I started taking damage, and I'm like, I just need to hit all the buttons and make this happen then. So now we have Kiraboom as an option. And we have another sigil. If we're gonna keep using the dragons, getting the circle of fire might be a good idea. Because it's affected by fire damage. 20% chance to freeze is nice though, and 25% weaken. I don't know if that's a defensive or an offensive weaken. Like, do they attack? Do their attacks get weaker, or do they get easier to kill? And then we can start gaining some of these other moves. There's nothing crazy exciting in here, admittedly. Okay, so there's a regular vampirism one. Huh, interesting. You just gain experience over time for free. Oh, and there's also just bonuses you gain there, too. Okay. 100% crit chance to allies in a 6-meter radius. So that's just a permanent 100% crit chance in a 6-meter radius? Huh. That seems disgusting. All of these are actually really good, though. Let's go ahead and grab the increased chance to dodge so we can gain access to these auras. They're not as interesting, but they're gonna be hugely beneficial to us in terms of making other more interesting things happen. We don't really have much in the way of the ability to afford upgrades. Go ahead and get the debuff duration up if we're gonna start using those dragons. Okay, Spark, Fleck, and Tweak are like toad-looking things. Hitsy is just whatever that is. But we'll grab Reza, then we'll clear the bridge, then we'll grab the other two and see if other missions open up along the way. I will say we're flying through this, so I hope that there's more content than is visible on the map. Otherwise, we may run out of things to do reasonably quickly. Meow boom. Angry cat that will scratch monsters for lots of damage. Even more fragile than the average melee combatant, but we'll see how it goes. Go, angry cat. Sick him. Chew him up. Get him. Ah, the cat is nuclear. Understood. And it seems to guarantee a self-knockout when that happens too, so that's not the best. Okay, Graham for durability again. I do kind of hope we get another relatively durable choice so we stop having to use Gramf all the time. Which I suppose technically we don't have to use Gramf all the time for our durability. We could use Buzz. Buzz kind of sucks. The immediate smart option here is Blood Sacrifice, but I'm actually going to grab Dodgy because I feel like giving the squishy cat the ability to dodge a third of the attacks that come its way is a good idea. Though, at the rate I keep making it explode, maybe not. I don't know. There seems like a massive downside to that thought process. We could bring Smackbot onto the team to help keep people alive. That's probably a good idea. Especially considering if we're gonna start building some crit chance, Smack gives crit chance, so... There you go. It is mildly unfortunate that the Guardians are set in stone once you grab them. But it'd be a little weird if you just went, you know what, I don't like this Guardian. Gets rid of Ancient Spirit that's protecting you. Just, fuck off. I can do better. 200% crit if Curaboom explodes with less than 15% of max health. Interesting. Those about to die explode. There's Blood Sacrifice, so we're gonna take that as usual. It's just too good. You can't... I almost feel like you can't not take that. Merkle, Turtail, and Nipper. Let's give Turtail another chance. I was kind of hoping to get Cole back, but it's fine. Maybe Reza will be decently durable. For some reason, my brain was gonna say reasonably difficult first, and I'm like, but why would... No. No, that's not the statement I wanted to make at all. Kiraboom is ripping enemies up pretty good, so that is nice. Yeah, I guess Legendary Super Boost, why not? We could get Split Guardians again, but who would I split? I guess technically I could split Gramph, because Gramph would survive splitting. Double Explosion could be funny, but it wouldn't be resoundingly effective, and Double Turret Tail I think would just lead to death. The splitting, though, would probably nearly guarantee we lose Gramph and lose our protection. We just won't do that this time. Go ahead and give Smack the Shredder, because Smack spends a decent amount of time in the right proximity to enemies just like we do. Buffing that Constitution is... Ordinarily, I'm all about attack over durability, but these things are just so damn fragile that it's hard to keep them in the fight without a few Constitution buffs so far. We do have a little bit of anti-synergy with our supers at the moment, though. Because right now, if I set off everybody before Kiraboom, everybody else has knockback, so they knock them all out of Kiraboom radius. So it's kind of unfortunate. I have to basically do it in number order, almost, just to make sure I don't ruin my own attack. Which I guess works out, because at least I have them in a numeric order that makes it easy to do. Increase the healing. There's the acid puddles. We'll go ahead and give those a shot. Just have the cat peeing acid everywhere. Sure, why not? That seems about right. Though the fire, ice, weaken, and stun duration upgrade we'd gotten before is now useless because we didn't get anybody that uses that with any consistency. Kaboom! This cat's like a Shofixty. It just explodes itself up and hopes something good happens. Yeah, just keep raising Constitution. Retribution would be nice, especially... Then again, I don't know if I technically receive damage since my damage gets shunted off to the Guardian. I'm not actually sure how that works. We'll go with the guaranteed 10% stun, which I know flies in the face of the statement I just made about us having none of the debuffs available. Oh, that's a Mimic. I didn't know this game had Mimics, but I know now, and I'm not happy. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Thankfully, this Mimic's not that strong. Boom! No. Still have not gotten a kill with Kiraboom, I think. Whenever it explodes, I think it still has not killed anything. Like, the regular attack, I'm sure, has finished something off by now, but that explosion just keeps not killing. And it makes me sad. Oh, good, we finally got some damage bonuses. But with how far down the crit hole we are, we may as well keep going that way. Riza will be available in a minute. Looks like there's nothing left on the map for me, so I may as well just kind of hang around until the prompt appears. Oh, great. 40% more damage for me. That's great and all, except I try not to get involved, because what's the point to being master of many powerful, angry pets when you would end up doing the work yourself. Keep raising your Death Defiance instead. Thick skin would be useful for you. Oh, it would be more useful for you, but you're already almost up to that, so this gives you two slightly more equal chance of surviving. Even if it is not increasing the odds of my walking barricade surviving. 20% chance to stun. Yeah, 20% chance to stun. Which that seems to be the thing, is Turtail is not as durable as Gramph, but the natural stun is probably supposed to balance them out in terms of them both being tanks. Like, one is just keeping the enemy from attacking, the other just endures the enemy attacking. Ooh, allies heal 20 when Kiraboom explodes. That gives it a bit more utility, actually. Healing explosions. Where was this all my life? Where are these things that blow up and heal people? I mean, technically I've healed people by blowing them up before, but that's usually them coming back to life after exploding. I don't know if you can really call that healing them. There's been much debate about that as a concept. You can just very helpfully reset someone's health bar. Give everybody the crit rate buff. And just keep on chewing through this thing. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Massive increase to your attack range as well. Kaboom! I will say, Kiraboom's knockout time is, like, super short once you get that Death Defiance up. There we go. Release 5 Guardians, and now I get a Guardian reroll. Perfect. A 100% crit chance would basically make half of why you have Smack on the team irrelevant. Though 200% crit chance that we saw on Kiraboom, or was it? No, it was 200% crit bonus, not chance. That's why that makes sense. 50% chance for attacks to freeze, attacks guarantee burn, attacks weaken. These are all pretty good to have too. At least synergistically. The healing radius would also be pretty good. But I think I'm going to take that critical radius because that's just too good. Though, I will say, there's probably a catch to that. I don't think it's giving them guaranteed crit rate. I think it's giving them 100% more of their current crit rate. Which is what's making that more reasonable than it may at first seem. I just want to amend that before anybody, either here or on YouTube, comes out with the, well, I'm actually, and gets chucked out the airlock. Just gonna forestall that problem immediately. Okay, nothing else appeared here. Let's go ahead and clear the bridges. Destroy 2 bridge barricades using fire. What do you do if none of... Oh, okay, you're guaranteed to start with coal. Okay. I was gonna say, what do you do if none of the guardians you get have fire? That explains why you have to release coal before you get to that part. Okay, 500 HP and hatch call. Hive mother that will lay eggs to build an army of little critters. Sure. And they're durable, so they'll do the job. Hatchlings cause extra damage. You know what? This actually works. We give the critical aura to Reza. Reza, whatever you want to pronounce that as. Because I presume that that aura will also affect the hatchlings. Reduce cooldown between eggs, okay. Just keep spawning more hatchlings. Have an axe spin around you for now. Ramp, smack, turtail. Let's reroll that. I was very entertained by Kiraboom. I'm tempted to bring Kiraboom back. Yeah, we'll bring Kiraboom back. Support 4 more hatchlings. What does your special do? Okay, some kind of just screech. Okay. It probably, like, targets all the hatchlings on whatever she screeches at. Super long range for Kiraboom. Yeah, super long range for Kiraboom. Or super big attack size, rather. The Toxic Trail actually seemed to be pretty useful for Kira, so we'll go ahead and give them that back. I do need to get the health sharing going, though. Otherwise, I am going to die a fool's death, because I'm now super lazy with my movement because of having that all the time. There we go, boost your fire damage. Look at the army of monsters we got going on here. Yeah, Splizz has had a vacation. It's time for Splizz to come back. Another Mimic. Wow, those hatchlings are just chewing that Mimic to pieces. I have done a great and terrible thing here today. Hey, by unleashing these upon the world. Oh, there we go. There's all the burning bonuses. I'm grabbing those in part because I want to see the burn build actually do something, and in part because I want to clear the level faster. Because if I have to destroy the bridges with fire, fire needs to do decent damage, otherwise we'll be here all day. 40% extra damage for the hatchlings? Sure, why not? Yeah, I need to stop just running forward willy-nilly like this. Oh, maybe it's enraging all the hatchlings. Maybe that's what's happening. And when the screech happens. What did you do, Snork? What happened? Go ahead and increase our health some more. Go ahead and stun a lot of them. Give the hatchlings time to hatch more. Ooh, there we go. Even more hatchlings. Some regen is probably a good idea to keep me in the fight. Since I'm taking foolish damage and we haven't gotten blood sacrifice back in a bit here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wondered about that because it didn't seem like it was that high a score to get into the 3000s in some ways. It's like I finally had a setup that went off like crazy and I wasn't that far off of getting up in there. Because I had finally reached into endless mode the other day. Okay, it looks like everything can attack this. I guess only fire is doing damage, though, is the thing. Oh, never mind. Explosion did damage. Which explosion might count as fire damage. Hard to say. Try again. There we go. 30% more damage instead of the 20%. I can live with that. stun everything so we can push down the bridge a bit quicker. So it looks like there's a there's a different bridge. Why do we need both bridges? One bridge is plenty. Unless it goes to a different spot. Also, never-ending story. Appreciate this concept here. Yep, yep. Barrier for myself. Well, then let's burn this bridge that's taxed more to the ground. Fuck this bridge. Looks like it might actually just reach to a different area. Good lord, there's so many monsters, though. Ooh, there we go. Increase the damage, area of attack, and jump by 50%. This is why I said it practically is necessary to have the shared health. Because, god, does it get a little rowdy around here. Yeah, I probably need the Constitution increase. Well, wait, I have an idea. What if two spiders, can they control twice as many hatchlings? They at the very least would spawn twice as many hatchlings. You know, ordinarily this would be a nightmare for me, having more giant spiders around, but right now they're on my side, so I'll accept this. Because the idea right now is just get as much field control as I can get by having more minions scattering around the field. And it seems to be working. And make the hatchling stronger. I had their supers desynced for a moment because they couldn't use the super while they were doing a different animation, but I waited too long. So they got synced back up again. Yeah, faster cooldown for you because we need you to kill the bridge. And yeah, it seems like the hatchling count is independent between the clones, so I have 16 hatchlings running around. And this bridge is not long for this world. There we go. So, Reza might be a permanent part of the team. That is ridiculous. And which would that be, either, Snork? Because I have had multiple different answers happen depending on what the setup I had was. They are really good. I could definitely agree that Raven Towers are at least very, very good. Though my best run so far was with fire and lightning, essentially. The shockwaves off of that, I think it was the thing that was doing very well for me. Yeah, if you get the right upgrades for Raven Towers, they would practically have no weaknesses. Hey there, Dory. Hope you're doing well today. Go ahead and grab another experience boost and radius boost. Yeah, we'll just take the flat damage. As per usual. Get our health up some more. I'm doing fine. A little tired today because my sleep was interrupted more than usual last night. Not by anything in particular, just sleep decided not to play ball. But I'm hanging in there, making it work. Glad you're doing well. Let's see. I'm curious about the fact that there's 3 names here. Let's go get those first. Which Guardians do we get this time? We'll grab Cole. Cole did well last time. Yeah, pretty much. That all checks out. For battle prowess, fire resistance, give you fire circle, which is part of why I grabbed Cole immediately. I was hoping to just have AoE fire for that which is protected by fire. The logic checked out pretty well. Yeah, attack size seems like a good idea. Cover even more territory in fire. Burn everything. There can be no enemies if everything is fire. Grab Reza again, because Reza's very powerful, while still being reasonably durable. Is that entire fight, Reza never got knocked out, unlike all the other ones. I mean, I'm negotiable on the holy part. It just has to be fire. Holy fire does tend to burn more, though, so I'm down with this thought. There we go. There's blood sacrifice, so now I can be protected. Very good. Very good. Even more power. Give me more. More. Longer burning fire. Where are our other guardian spots? I can't see them. Maybe they're buried under the nests. We'll go burn some nests down and see if we can figure this out. Okay, if you click to the right of things, sometimes that grabs them anyway. Noted. Keep that in the mind for the future. Yep, that's a mimic. Burn the mimic. Destroy that which holds the things I want away from me. More fire damage. No, more hatchlings. We need lots of hatchlings. Swarm the world. Destroy them. And with numbers. Getting a lot of damage bonuses this time, which should make this go a little faster. We obviously are stuck with the timer waiting for Spark, Fleck, and Tweak to appear, but that's okay. Yeah, I think the whole thing with these nests is they're just spawning additional enemies, so if we get rid of them, Blessing and Curse. Yeah, the kicks they do is so funny. Just the fact that it suddenly sprouts giant gangly legs and just boots you. More attack size. We could do the critical aura thing again, but it didn't seem like that was that remarkable. But I think you need to build into crit before that does as much as you hope it will. There you go. Since I have them absorbing damage for me, that just makes sense. Just keep making our way through, killing everything in sight. Yeah, I only see chests and nests on the map, so I wonder if maybe we're just not meant to get more guardians this time. Maybe that's just a unique thing with this fight. I know the feeling there. Boy, do I know the feeling there. You just look at numbers long enough and then it all just kind of turns into a slurry after a bit and you just don't know what's happening anymore. 10 more hatchlings, yes. I could go double spider again. Double spider was ridiculous. Sounds good, Snort. Get some rest. Yeah, let's boost the dragon's health instead and go double spider again. This might lead to them actually getting knocked out, but it'll be funny. And the minion swarm should hopefully help keep the map under more control while we try to find more allies. Keep increasing the fire duration. I mean, it is a legendary upgrade, but it's the least useful legendary upgrade almost. I'll re-roll it away. Yeah, keep increasing fire duration. Because as soon as we start running into things that'll live through our attacks for a moment, the fire duration will start becoming important. 10% more damage we'll definitely take. Just keep scrambling around, grabbing all the goodies we can. 8% cooldown for everybody might actually be a good idea too. I think that number next to each of the Reza's health bars, I think is how many hatchlings they have out right now. I'm not sure. Because they're only supposed to have like 10, so the fact that there's 18 and 15 is a little weird. Unless maybe like they can have 8 base and then we added 10 so they can have 18. I'm not sure how that works. Still making a lot of this up as I go along, which really shouldn't be a shock to anybody. How often do I just make up what I'm doing as I go along? Oh, right, all the time. Yeah, it went from 18 being red to now one of them has 19. So yes, it is exactly that. We had 18 available, and now we have 6 more. So it'll be 25, no, 24 for each of them. I never claimed to be able to do math either. There we go, another spawner destroyed. Oh, 30% more damage for the hatchlings, but no, more fire. We're really using the thing that would cause me to set the world on fire alongside something that allows me to set the world on fire. It's a very interesting dynamic we have here. I definitely need to get some more health for Reza, though, because Reza is starting to die. Which is an interesting turnaround, all things considered, but with what I've set up, that makes sense that that's happening. Not really worth building crit chance at this point. We've already got a lot of just raw damage upgrades. Look at this squad we got here. The synchronized hatchling swarm just splits immediately, just goes after the 2 piles of enemies. Burn the world. Ooh, I could get the bigger jumps. Yeah, the bigger jumps is probably a good idea. This way we can make sure to keep clearing space around Reza so they stop taking damage. Oh, it is multiple. That's exactly why we only were allowed 2 for this. Okay, so the logic did check out. Okay. So we're actually unlocking 3 separate guardians here. Sweet. I'm a little surprised that they're not in separate stages, but that's fine. I won't say no to more bang for my buck. We'll hold still for a second, try to buy some clearance time to keep Reza alive. Give the hatchlings a chance to clear space for us. I haven't sat here and counted the hatchlings, but I think there is genuinely 24 from each of them running around. Yeah, let's have... Oh, there we go, level 10 Riza. So that's an extra sigil for us. Regen might be nice. Let's grab the critical aura, even though we haven't done a lot with crit, and put it on myself. This way, any allies that are near me will get stronger. And since most of the time they try to be relatively near me, they should always be getting buffed. As long as they're doing their job. And obviously we can get range extensions and such to make that aura go wider. There we go. Damage increased for every enemy on fire. That's what we really needed. The swarm. Okay, looks like that's a fire frog we just picked up there. It just rolls around. Look at him. Just look at him go. Who needs to hop or walk or anything? He just rolls. Okay, so he does drop hearts, it looked like, based on the upgrade we saw for a second there. You can have Shredder. Oh, they're the same type of thing as what Smack is. Okay, they've got the little ears. I just couldn't see that in the tiny portrait they had before. So I thought they were frogs. So Spark, I guess, is both fire and a healer? Question mark? I'm trying to understand what's happening with that. It's kind of hard to see under everyone. Looked like that. Yeah, that was a big fire burst, I think. Instead of a crit boost, they did some kind of fire thing. Let's go ahead and grab this one. Whichever one this is. Sure. Legendary super cooldown. Why not? And Toxic Trail, you rolled in something weird, now you're just rolling it around everywhere. You have fun with that. Okay, that one does weaken. I can see that next to them. So I guess that's their whole shtick, is each of them's gonna do an AoE of a different debuff, basically. Like, one burns everything, one weakens everything, and the last one presumably then will freeze everything. That would make the most sense, anyway. Yeah, see, they all turned green when that one went off. Which is why they're both affected by the Fire, Ice, Weaken, and Stun duration increase. Interesting that they also drop hearts. What do you do, then? In addition. The world may never know. We may actually have to go into the place to find that one out, because I am genuinely curious, though. You should be the one rolling around with acid. That makes more sense for you to be trailing green goo everywhere, green ball boy. Let's go collect our last friend. When I saw all three of them here together, I thought it was like a weird trio guardian thing, which could have been very mechanically interesting. The fact that it's just three different flavors of the same thing is admittedly slightly disappointing. And yeah, we got 2 level 10s because we only had 2 with us for that. So if we wanted to grind out the level 10 options, we probably should just redo this stage. Because you're guaranteed to only have 2 guardians till the little guys spawn in. Let's grab teleport for when we have more melee guys around. We'll grab the healing aura so we can get to the next bit here. And get guaranteed... Do I want guaranteed fire, or do I take the 50% chance to freeze? Let's take guaranteed fire. We know what I'm about here. And it's getting more populated in here, which is nice. Yeah, we have Smack, who poops health power-ups, gives crit chance. That's the one we had to begin with. Fleck literally poops health power-ups, attacks can freeze. Okay, so it's basically gonna be that then. Yeah, they all poop health power-ups, and they have their status effect associated with them. Okay. So if you went with all 4 of them, you'd have health power-ups everywhere. And every status effect in the game, which is an interesting idea. Not sure how about that I am, but it's a neat thought. Over here, let's get a bit more move speed, because that will be helpful. A bit more block. A bit more crit chance. There we go. So we got Pitsy, eliminate 4 infested mounds, and defeat the slime horror left. Let's go ahead and grab Pitsy, and then we'll do the fighting ones with maximum choices available to us, essentially. Oh good, I get a choice between one of the 3 of you. Let's go ahead and get Fleck, because we didn't really get to see Fleck during that last one. And freezing enemies does seem like it could be very useful. Ooh, increased chance of freezing from 50% to 90%. That seems like quite the jump straight off the top. Let's also give you a healing aura. That seems like a good thing for you to have. And at least that's a very easy aura to see. Oh, interesting. We already have plus 30... Oh, that's taking into account our meta progression then. Okay. That's actually nice that that is just presented in front of you, like, hey, this is how much you already have. So that there's not really questions there. Get Riza back, because Riza's just too good to not have. Like, just being able to increase your number of allies. Fire Circle. Put that on you for now, but we'll probably put that on somebody else later. Hatchlings cause 50% extra damage. Okay, sure. Yeah, that AoE freeze is really good. Just CC on a single button press. I do think we're gonna end up with just kind of a set team soon here, which is not great, but that's just the nature of where this is going at the moment. No. Yeah, sure, I'll take Kiraboom. Kiraboom's fun. Get you a nice big boost of attack size right off the top, and your dodge bonus, which will keep you alive. Let's go ahead and grab the thing that's over here, and then we'll go grab our 4th friend. Let's actually do something funny here. Let's get the super cooldown as low as we can get it, as far as the group benefits go. Because then we can keep freezing all the time, and we can keep having Kiraboom explode. Get you that recovery time, because you're going to need it to explode as much as I want you to. Okay, we freeze, so we can get to our friend. And we could get Cole back, or Merkel. Cole or Merkel. We already got Cole to level 10. I think I'm going to take Merkel, because I do like Merkel as well. And Merkel will stay in a relatively safe position, so I don't need to think about them too much. We already have Kiraboom up to level 3, so I guess let's focus Kiraboom this time. Unless we get something really good for somebody else. Just so we can try to get another level 10 to get another sigil and just keep expanding our repertoire. I mean, this is also a situation where I don't level Kiraboom unless... Damn it. I tried. I won't do double spider again. We've been doing a lot of double spider. Let's try double Kiraboom, even though it's an awful idea. We could always take it off of them if it leads to them just being constantly dead. I don't have what I'm looking for in here. There we go, super cooldown. They really do just synchronize boom. That's real good. It's bad for them, kind of, but it's really funny. There we go. Allies heal 40 when Kiraboom explodes. Very good, very good. Guaranteed dodge every 20 seconds. You have a 1 in 3 chance of dodging right now, or every 20 seconds you're guaranteed a dodge. I feel like that's almost 6 of one half dozen the other, but I'll give Merkel the guaranteed dodge. Freeze, please. I do really like the frozen sprites of things. They actually put some real cool detail on those. Like, look at this thing. And never mind, it's not frozen anymore. It's also dead. Anyway, never mind about that sentence that I've uttered there. Some more damage. Yeah, basically we get 80 health in exchange for Kira Boom being gone for 10 seconds. That's actually a really good exchange. I kind of dig that. Incorrect. Try again. Let's try again. Well, that was regret, but that's fine. We'll just keep moving Merkel up instead, then. Alright. There we go. 10% legendary cooldown thing. Yes, yes. Very good, very good. Give you more dodge. We're almost to max level for Kira Boom here. Oh, it's a mimic. That's a shame. I should have saved the explosion for him. Because at some point it was going to have to be another mimic. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, super cooldown. I'm tempted to just get regular cooldown boosted like crazy, but let's finish doing super cooldown first. The way their supers are already like almost always up though, I may not even need to keep increasing it any further. And the double explosion is definitely clearing a lot better than the single explosion. There we go, level 10 Kira Boom. Thick skin, sure. Throw that on me just to keep me a little safer. Cross back over the bridge because all the other goodies are over here. Come on, keep up, everybody. Keep the class together now, kids. More piercing. As I said, we'll just focus getting Merkel to level 10 now and just get as many sigils as we can. Just get all of the sigils so we can just have whatever we want instead of having to work with what we have available. Oh, that's timing. Enjoy gray screen while I decide what I'm picking. Oh wait, there's super cooldown right here. Guess we're not deciding much of anything. Sometimes things just work out weirdly. Multi-shot, very good. Oh yeah, we didn't even have blood sacrifice, huh? I just didn't even consider that we didn't have that yet. That's what I was saving a spot on Reza for. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Switch that. Put the fire aura on Kira Boom. Because they're the ones getting closer to enemies, so they're more likely to make a lot more enemies burn. He loses the dodge benefit that's keeping him alive, but when you're exploding all the time, do you really need to worry about staying alive? No, the things I wanted aren't here. Oh, attack size then. This is very much me messing around and seeing what I can get away with now. Oh, since we've actually started really taking off a bit more. We're definitely in the fuck around, find out phase of things. I wonder if we'll ever be able to, like, use the little creature that's in our backpack there. Because you see its head popping out occasionally. I mean, I could just lower your super cooldown in particular, but 10% stun is just so nice. Okay, I've grabbed everything on the map again. Boom. Pitsy has been found. Let's go. Fetch the Pitsy. Acquire more allies. It'll be kind of unfortunate, like I said, if we end up not having content left to play after we finish the remaining couple maps we have here. But this is early access, so it may just be that it does, in fact, only have those maps available. Well, at the moment. Which, for a map-based game like this, we haven't even been to a different map, really. We're just doing different objectives on the same maps. Like, clearing the bridges added the bridges to the map. In case people didn't catch that. Merkel's not done yet, right? Yeah. There we go. Clear the bridge. Boom. Hello again, ABC. How you doing? Just keep pushing through the pile of enemies. Yes, you did. But that is fine. 30% chance to stun, and now we have level 10 Merkel. Let's try teleport. What do I put the teleport on? I mean, you technically are melee Riza, so... Super speed spider. Okay, that's not doing a lot for them. There's Pitsy's statue. Activate all of the supers. Fire all of the buttons. Eventually this thing will break. We don't really have great focus fire on this lineup here. But it's fine. We'll get through it eventually. I suppose getting level 10 on our main character here also probably would be worth something. There we go. Release all guardians in the Everglades. So I guess there's going to be other areas, either later or even available now. We'll find out. Choose 3 sigils again. Let's get the other circles. Actually, do I want all the circles? Or I want some of these things? Landmines will be fun, so we'll grab those. We get another sigil reroll, which is nice. And we'll get random lightning strikes, because why not? When in doubt, chaos options. Let's keep getting... Actually, yeah, let's get bigger XP radius. Not enough sleep, essentially. You do not charge battery, therefore battery low. This is how this works. Where is the new one we just got? Back here. How do I get you? There we go. What do you do? Looks adorable and harmless, but wait for the super. Disintegrating beam. Okay. Interesting. Ah, Pitsy will turn mid-super and attack both sides. That does seem useful. Okay, okay. So... you know, sometimes it's easier that way. So we just got 2 areas left here, and then maybe this will open up, maybe it won't. We've got the extra difficulties too, so we can still pad out the time if that ends up being the way that plays out. Oh wow, this is there's a lot of stuff just compacted into this one small space here. Let's give Pitsy a try. Get you double-sided immediately. Sure, lightning strike, why not? Okay, looks like they straight up don't do anything till they're super. Oh god, that is a big beam. Also sounds like a tea kettle going off. Okay, no, they do have an attack, just doesn't do it very often. Yeah, sure, I guess I'll take a legendary self battle prowess. I'm gonna get thick skin for myself here, too, to make sure I don't die before we get another Guardian. In fact, let's stop trying to break this mound with just the two of us. That's probably not a good idea. That is a really good path clearing move, though. Just blast an entire column of enemies off the screen. We've been using Curaboom a bunch. Merkle hit level 10. Let's grab Nipper back. Not great for the durability of the team still, but that's okay. They're at least clearing. And we'll just keep working Pitsy up for the moment, since we've already got them almost to well, now they'll be halfway to level 10. Don't really have anybody that I want to use for sharing health. Is nothing here really has health to speak of. They have more than I do, but that's not saying much. Keep raising the cooldown reduction. Hey. Having Pitsy on the team when we had that crazy super cooldown reduction would have actually been incredible. Let's give Buzz another chance now that I'm a bit better at the game. Maybe Buzz will show their true power now. I say with absolutely no faith in that sentence, but, you know, gotta keep the variety going, right? Yeah. Almost maxed out Pitsy. I am getting slowly chewed to death by all the mushroom enemies spawning from the nest, though. I'm standing a little too close. There we go. All cleared. Everything is fine. There we go. Level 10 Pitsy. Actually, teleport will be very good for both Nipper and Buzz. Let's give it to Buzz because he's more likely to live through doing it. And it'll help keep him in a better position. Because that's his biggest flaw, I think, is he's just too slow to keep positioning. So now he can, like, warp around where he needs to be instead of slowly trotting along. In fact, you know what? For fun, double Buzz that teleports. I won't be able to put Blood Sacrifice on him that way, but that's okay. We'll switch the twin effect onto the Nipper once we get Blood Sacrifice. We still have to go grab our fourth companion. Yeah, give you the aggro radius. With our circle? Sure, why not? Go ahead and put that around Pitsy. Just give Pitsy the stink aura. The double spin there is actually pretty good. Super lasts even longer. That beam is just so good. I wonder how big the beam could get if you just keep raising attack size. If that's even affected by that. Yeah, get you some Death Defiance because you need to stay on the field, little buddy. Exactly. Keep lowering your cooldown, though I should have grabbed feed. I spotted it after I was already clicking the other one. There we go, another nest gone. There we go, we can get feed anyway. There's Blood Sacrifice. So, no more double Buzz. Now, who of the little bitey boy who sets everything on fire? Since they share health, that's actually really good for them, because they'll be doing double the attacking, which gets them double the healing. The only problem with that idea is they're also taking more damage. But hey, we hit a fire damage goal because of how many bites are happening that do fire, so we got something going here. And especially with the crazy attack speed I'm building up, this actually can work. And whenever the crowding gets bad, we just fire beams and spinning beaver or boar things. I still don't really know what this is. It's just big and angry. We still have 2 mounds left to get rid of. But I'm in no hurry about that because I want to finish getting more level 10 and allies here, so this works out just fine. Fleck or Spark? We already have somebody doing fire, but I did just bring Fleck on the last one. Or we can reroll. Let's just reroll. Why not? Out of these 3... If I wasn't aiming to get upgrades, the choice would be Coal. I'm gonna go ahead and take Splizz. See about getting more bonuses unlocked. That's if we can even get all of them to level 10, which we probably aren't. It's probably gonna be we finish getting Nipper to level 10, and then maybe we'll get one of the other 2 to 10 if we're on this map for a while. Longer, which is not likely, but it's entirely possible. I'll go ahead and put the fire circle on myself since I always go walking into the enemy. Especially while they're all stunned like this. The giant murder squirrels still is the funniest thing to me. Hey there, Muffin, it's been a little bit. Hope you're doing well. So far, everything's going fine here. Taking it slow today because yesterday was tiring, but everything is fine. Well, and didn't get a lot of sleep last night either, but that's neither here nor there. This one. You don't move around enough for that to really do too much, but it's fine. None of the other things would have benefited him too much either. These are my choices, huh? Well, we'll just raise their constitution then. Make sure they stay on the map. Fire the beams! Get you some long range. The cooldown rate on that big beam is ridiculously low. Like, obviously that's all Pitsy does, but it's pretty funny. Yeah, exactly. And hopefully work's at least been decent. Though, based on the dragging yourself through the last hour, maybe it's a little too slow. But better to be slow than out of hand, I would say. Just keep clearing, just keep clearing. We only have one more mound to go clear out. So I don't think we're getting that third level 10, but it's fine. That's fair, yeah. It's honestly really nice when the weather keeps people away instead of them all deciding to show up because of the weather. You're gonna lose your burning attacks, but I think these little guys scrambling around dropping landmines is just too funny. Just little, like, rat things dropping landmines as they scramble around and turn double their size. ahead and do the AoE stun again for a little while so we can just keep on trotting. Super lasts longer. Oh, big guy went down. Gonna have to slow my roll a little bit since I share my health pool with the big guy. I kind of need him to be alive or I'm not gonna live long. Thankfully, we can stay still pretty well, actually, because we have a lot of clearing power. Increase your attack size. I could just stay here until I get enough experience to get the other level 10, but I don't really want to idle on a map. That's not any fun. Let's just go ahead and finish the job now that we're back in shape here. Part of me does wish I could control where these guys actually are going somewhat, but that would also add extra layers of work to this, so it's fine. No, that was a mimic. That's a shame. Shame for them, anyway. Interesting. That mimic's just going really slow instead of being stopped. So that's something to keep in mind. Certain stronger enemies aren't actually stopped by the dazzle ability. If this nest lived a little bit longer, we'd actually get to level 10, but I ain't gonna wait for it. We can just bring him for another fight in the future. Exactly. They're wearing sunglasses. What do I do? Shoot an energy beam horizontally every 5 seconds. Shoot a projectile on each diagonal every 2 seconds. Okay, so basically every directional attack. Sure. So let's go ahead and grab the tornado, and then we'll grab the horizontal beams. This way we can hand those out in the future. And we have lots of money to spend. Which isn't actually going to be lots of money, because I'm going to hit my expensive bonuses here, and they're just immediately going to make that all disappear. There we go. One mission remains. Survive 20 minutes, defeat the slime horror. Okay, so it's a lot closer to a standard Bullet Heaven stage, where you just last a while and then fight the boss. If it's gonna be something like that, let's actually bring serious stuff for this one. Let's not mess around too much. Yeah, we'll go with the tornadoes. I'll use those myself. This way it helps keep enemies off me till we can get the protection we're gonna need. Which I do still appreciate that we can actually do stuff ourselves. We don't have to completely rely on our Guardian allies. Because they easily could have made this you just run around while they do everything type game, which would have been significantly less interesting. I do wonder if somebody could just do a build where they don't even grab the Guardians, they just buff themselves to crazy heights and see what happens. Probably is a thing. Both these are level 10 already. So let's actually start doing that idea for a moment here. Give you the energy beams. I feel like you could just use that horn to shoot lasers at people and it would be perfectly understandable. What do we got in here? You're already level 10, you're already level 10, you aren't. Yikes. Well, welcome back, Splizz. Splizz is one of the better choices anyway, since he's got that big AoE stun. I could get Entanglement again. You know what? Splizz is the only one out of this group we haven't doubled yet. And maybe with double the dazzling power, we can dazzle the strongest enemies. I say, completely not believing my own statement, but I can hope. Okay, we just gotta hold out on this map for 20 minutes, which that's gonna be reasonably easy with this setup, I think. No guarantees of that, of course, but I can dream. What I would love to be able to do is desync the two Splizz's dazzle abilities so that I have more dazzle time available. But there's no way I'll be able to do that, because they don't seem to have an animation that lasts long enough where I can pull that trick. I don't think there's anybody I can really put teleport on, but we'll have the dragon teleport until we get a melee guy who can actually make use of that. Because seeing his legs run way faster is funny to me. I'm fishing for, like, maximum crit chance here to see how that works out. In case people are wondering what I'm doing. And by fishing away a bunch of actually good bonuses. The answer is I'm doing specific things again. Did I ever get Gramp to level 10? I don't think so, but I don't really want two big characters on this team, so I guess Tweak's coming back. Not that Tweak is really what I want, but it's what I'm getting. This is what I get for doing that reroll earlier to try to fish for somebody else before. Which, not gonna lie, not entirely sure that reroll worked out the best either, but eh. We got what we got. We'll go ahead and take the upgraded Neverending Story. Let's go bust those nests while we can. If this does end up being the last map of the game, I'll probably just switch to something else. Because there's a few things that have gotten a bunch of updates since I last played them that I could easily dip into for a couple hours. There's that aren't too demanding. Try again, because I'm trying to finish upgrading somebody. There we go. You know, I said I was going to take this map a little more seriously. Yeah, that didn't last long, huh? Just immediately went back into flexing on the enemy mode. Exactly. Plans always change. There we go, level 10 Splizz. Grab the guaranteed dodge because that'll be useful. I didn't have a specific thing in mind. I just know I have a handful of options I could grab from and that I remember seeing update. So many things have updated it recently that I could grab from a ridiculous amount of options. It'll probably be something on the more casual side like this already is. Both to stay kind of on theme and to not put too much work in today. There we go. Yep, burn the world and do that. Let's give the spider super speed, I guess, since I never did end up getting a melee guy for teleport. So the spider's the closest thing to melee we have. And now the dragon has a fire aura to guarantee getting higher damage. Hey there, Gab. Good morning. Hopefully you're doing well. Grab the legendary upgrade there. Sure, we'll just give Tweak AoE Weaken. Why not? Just all the area effects constantly going. That's not gonna make anything have problems or anything, no. And just push all the number buttons. There we go. Use all the supers. It's kind of funny how we started off having a little bit of trouble with this game, and now just everything is easy after a few upgrades, which, you know, that's par for the course for this type of thing. After you get just a bit stronger, these games just turn into, okay, I'm just gonna stand around and let things happen now. Just keep grabbing tablets. Yep, may as well just keep upgrading you at this point, because I have no reason not to, because we're kind of holding just fine. This is when we get 20 minutes in and the slime horror just destroys me because I decided not to do an actually well thought out build at all. But we'll find out. I just keep upgrading that one. It's okay. Just turn everything green. I do really think I'm gonna need to grab Blood Sacrifice at some point, though, as I usually do. Which means I'm probably gonna have to give up one of the upgrades I have laying around entirely. Grab regular care just to keep me alive for the time being. Because it is starting to get nasty and it's only 5 minutes in. So I may have been slightly too reckless, but we can fix it. Well, then again, I'm level 22 and we're only 5 minutes in. Maybe I won't have that much room to fix it. We'll find out. This may actually take a couple tries, depending on how much my recklessness backfires on me. We may find out how difficult this game actually is here in a moment. There we go, another nest bites the dust. There's nothing left on the map now other than just regular enemies. So there's not really any reason to travel around the map anymore. Sure, super cooldown for you is worth it. There's Blood Sacrifice. Okay, we're fine. Oh yeah, I never even put a second upgrade on Riza. There we go. Now we're fine. 700 hit points worth of spider will keep me alive. Because for those that didn't catch how that works, basically Blood Sacrifice means anytime I get hit, Riza gets hit instead. So I have essentially 800-ish health on our main character here instead of 100. Means it's a lot harder to die as long as Riza stays alive, which anything over 500 health has a tendency to survive pretty well in this game so far. Especially since we have our little green guy there dropping hearts constantly, which anybody can pick up. Which is part of why I'm running loops, so that I basically drag the ones following me into the hearts. So that they just keep grabbing them. So I do need to run out like this to grab the experience and the currency constantly. Otherwise, we won't have anything to work with, and that won't help anybody. Let's see. Yeah, better heart restoration seems like a good thing. Just keep turning the world green and burning the world over and over again until eventually something changes. Now, during slow games like this would be the perfect time to talk about just basically anything. So I will bring up the fact that I had run that emote giveaway, and I will say I will need to do some filler of my own for that one, I suspect, because we didn't really get the strongest response on that one. So that's more than likely how that's going to play out. So I will be more than likely opening the VGen store within like a week or so, as long as I actually sit down and make the showcases to open that store up. So if you're interested in that thought process going along, there you go. That's going to be a thing soon. Tweak has been maxed out. Go ahead and grab Burning Touch for Tweak, even though I'm not sure Tweak actually attacks. We'll pass those around later on to get that fixed up. Though I will say, doing those random art giveaways has been fun, so I may just do another one of some variety at some point. Maybe I'll wait till we hit 700 or something. Do that as a nice bonus thing. Which I had actually somewhat considered continuing Legend of Dragoon today, too, to kind of expedite that playthrough a bit. But with how mud my brain is being right now, it's a good thing I didn't do that. We would have made negligible progress, probably. That would not have helped anyone. I still don't have a firm answer as to what we're doing tomorrow either, in case anybody was wondering, since Minecraft has been kind of pushed off. I had put forth to the group, like, okay, does anybody have an idea what they want to do? And that really didn't get anywhere or so far. Because people have ideas somewhat, but a lot of it was nobody's really sure what they want to do right now. And, you know, that happens. Lord knows I end up with the I don't know what I want to do's all the time as well, so before anybody's like, wow, he's just picking on everybody about that. Like, no, I'm realizing that I've surrounded myself with people with the same problem I have of not sure what do. Which can be problematic at times, but we'll figure something out. Worst case, like I said yesterday, it may end up being a solo day and we'll just take a break in general so people can figure out what they want. So if I get one more, I do have something I was given in keys for that we could potentially end up doing. I just need to make sure whether those that have already volunteered would be available tomorrow. That's a whole other decision to be made. This is all getting arranged kind of last minute on that part because I only got the keys, like, yesterday? No, day before yesterday. I received the keys from Lurkit to do another multiplayer game. Which I do have one I need to do a multiplayer thing with too, but that's just 2 people. That's a lot easier to arrange. And if it comes down to it, that may very well be what happens tomorrow, just with only me, myself, and one other. Just again, lots of juggling, lots of figuring things out. This is what happens when I make a more or less an executive decision partway through the week to change something. It ends up coming back to bite me a little bit. But, you know, sometimes things like that are necessary. Because I think it's to everyone's benefit to not have another massive technical difficulties day, where possible. Which I'm still waiting for a response on the last thing I pitched for this week, which was I was suggesting we could just do a bunch of random tabletop sim stuff, since basically the whole crew has tabletop sim, but I also understand that that may be a harder sell for some than others, because, you know, it becomes a matter of, well, what in there do you do? And while there's a lot of options, we kind of return to the choice paralysis problem we were just talking about a minute ago with that. And it just becomes a whole thing. If I wasn't worried about burning out on Repo, I would just run another Repo lobby tomorrow. But I don't want to do 2 in 1 week, or I will absolutely burn out on that game. Because while the modding for that has gotten pretty good, it's only so good right now. It doesn't make it a whole new game, unlike Lethal could end up being sometimes. We're gonna flip that to you, get rid of that, and give you the healing circle. There we go. Because the spider is close to enemies often enough that the sharing green is good. Exactly, yeah. I don't want to ruin a good thing by just doing too much of it back to back. And if I burn out now, then I won't be able to bring in the other people that I want to make sure get a chance to be a part of things. And then it just throws half the reason for playing Repo out the window. Yeah, exactly, though. It's a very good game on its own. It does suffer a little bit from the typical shallowness of that type of game. Like, there's just only so much that immediately is going on, but it's a little deeper in some ways, I would say, than, for example, Lethal Company. Because you have so much of the physics interactions that you can learn to work with. And all the upgrading does lead to a few different dynamic changes that can happen, which helps keep things going, even without adding mods too much. That said, I am gonna look through the mods again and just keep moving things along a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you did and didn't miss much with the Lethal phase. Lethal was fun, but that was like 90% the interactions between people during the game, more so than the game itself, at least in my opinion. Because it was just a lot of, oh hey, this weird thing happened, and now people are reacting to said weird thing happening. The extraction button was very nice. I only played with the potions once so far, but they added a whole new dynamic to the game, considering there's potions that can heal, potions that can bring people back. The rocket potion gives you another weapon. So they've been very nice to have. Obviously, the most helpful mod was toggle mute. Like, I straight up almost won't play the game without toggle mute going forward, because it's such a nice convenience to have as a streaming game. So that's like a vitally important mod to have. Other than that, though, I thought I would enjoy the handful of extra upgrades mod more, but those upgrades just don't do nearly as much as I hoped they would. Especially since the only one out of that mod that shows up is the one that decreases the amount of stamina Sprint uses. But I think when that mod gets fleshed out more, that one will become very good. My other most recent favorite, though, is the dead TTS, where you can have the dead heads using text-to-speech. That one was a riot last night. Because basically half the night was my head just screaming for vengeance. And just messing with people. But I feel like you have to combine that one with the ability to make heads able to jump around too, because it just adds such a dynamic to that one. So I was just hopping around and yelling at monsters and just making a nuisance of myself half the time. Which occasionally was actually very useful, because you could actually like bring yourself to an extraction. and or bring yourself to the truck so other people don't have to. Just gotta be careful not to fall downstairs with your dead head, because you might not be able to get back out of the hole. Yeah, exactly. Especially solo, the extra upgrades just don't do anything. It seems like they do. I've seen some of them turn around when I was yelling at them with the TTS, but I can't guarantee that. I did have the Mentalist pick me up when I was by myself with just my head, so I think you could at least get that thing's attention by jumping around and yelling at it. I tried to slam myself onto him by having him lift me and slam me, but I missed by like an inch. It was so sad. But it's goofy interactions like that that I want to keep pushing the boundaries on more and more and just see what I can get away with. Exactly. It was also a great way for us to coordinate, like, hey, this is how many people are dead right now, and this is where we know people are. So you don't end up extracting and only getting like 1 or 2 of the dead people back, and there's like 5 dead. It makes for much better coordination, which that's part of the point to how that is set up, is to prevent that coordination, so it's a pick 'em as to whether that's something you want or not. But at least staying within the bounds of the game, you can still have benefits like that, which is nice. The biggest issue I ran into with Repo, though, is now 2 sessions, at least, that I can remember. It may have been happening every time, I'm not 100% sure, but I was getting a very weird, small stutter in the movement occasionally as the runs would go on. And I need to tinker with it a bit and figure out, A, why that's happening, and B, if I can fix that. It didn't seem to be the mods that were doing it, because it happened in one of the unmodded lobbies as well. So my first theory was player count, but I only had 6 people yesterday instead of 8, and it still happened. So that doesn't seem to be the case. It's just a weird situation. It may just be like a host-only issue as well, because there are plenty of games that have just had extra performance hits happen for the one hosting, but none of my meters were maxed out, so I'm just, it's gonna, like I said, take testing to figure out what's what with that. Do I want to give any of you acid pools? I mean, I may as well give you that, because Burning Touch doesn't help you. Yeah, and Burning Touch doesn't help him, because he's already got Fire Circle and his attacks already do fire. I mean, you don't really need to dodge. Go ahead and set more things on fire. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna do probably part of Sunday or something, is test that more and see if I can reproduce the stutter in solo play, because so far I've yet to be able to reproduce the issue in solo, which is why I don't think it's necessarily the game engine itself, it's some issue with hosting. Which may mean I may have to ask somebody else to host some of the lobbies in the future. We'll see how that ends up playing out. See whether it ends up impacting other people. Because they do put that warning, obviously, on there that the one with the strongest system and the strongest internet should host. So there is obviously a performance hit that happens when hosting, as with anything. So that's just something to keep considering and keep layering out the thoughts on and figure out what the best course is. And there is still a little bit of setting lowering I can keep doing as well. I haven't put it all the way at the bottom yet. So what I'm probably going to do, like from the realistic answer perspective, is I'm gonna just lower the settings the rest of the way and see how it plays for the next session, and then worry about it in detail further from there. It was entirely playable even then, aside from dying to the clown once because of the stutter, because I couldn't make the move I needed to. But dying's part of that game anyway. You're gonna die a lot regardless. Unless you really either A, play careful or cheat the system, which we had shared upgrades and we still didn't become immortal or anything. We became very powerful, but we were still far from immortal. Which I was slightly worried we were gonna become too strong last night. But thankfully that didn't happen. In one of the future lobbies, I do intend to push the limits of how broken you can become. Yeah. Especially since getting a huge max HP pool doesn't matter if you can't get enough healing to fill that HP pool back up. Because even with us using the health glitch to get health every time we left the shop, there just wasn't enough health to go around to make sure everybody could get topped up. Is we had like something on the order of like a 300 hit point pool on everybody, but most of the crew kept dying, so we were just in a loop of like, well, we can't get that health back, we can't get high enough to guaranteed survive a hit from something. Since take the Blind Huntsman for example, for those that don't know, he does 100 damage when he shoots. So if you have more than 100 health, you can survive him shooting you, but that's still 100 health lost that you now then have to recoup somewhere. And obviously things like the health potions help with that, but they don't heal for that much. They're only like, I think it's like 20% health? Which is actually pretty good when you have, like I said, one of those 300 hit point pools, because that's then like 60 health, but even that's still very easy to remove. Like, Robe does 50 when you're underneath something and 100 when you're standing. I don't remember what the Mentalist damage is. I think Mentalist is like 50. Guaranteed, something like that. Even if you're underneath something, which that one's a little weird. Upscream doesn't hit that hard. Animal can do a lot of damage if he kicks you like a dozen times like he has done to me before. Clown obviously hits hard. I think the kick actually hits harder than the laser. I don't remember. And the frog obviously... Well, frog and the Reaper doll thing both are more about rapid hits as well. We're about to get the slime horror to show up. So let's see how this looks. And are we going to be fighting the regular wave with him, or is it going to just be the horror and us? Oh, we got warped to a different spot for this fight. Okay. Oh, the movement feels a little weird here because the perspective shifted a little bit. He's a big long boy. He obviously cannot be dazzled, but I hit all the buttons anyway. He is durable as hell. Okay. Is considering this setup was chewing through enemies. Okay, there are still regular enemies showing up too. Okay. So it is worth continuing to use most of these supers then. Just pretty much on cooldown, just keep using the supers. And I was definitely right to get Blood Sacrifice, because each of those hits are doing like 30-ish damage, so since he covers a lot of area, if he kept tagging me over and over like that, we would have just lost this straight up. Which would have been a shame to have happened after 20 minutes of gameplay. Hit the wrong button. So that fire wave from Cole was wasted, but that's okay. Slime Horror's down to half, so we'll win this. It's just gonna take a bit of time. Yeah, on the note of Lethal Company, I do want to run another Lethal lobby relatively soon. Like, not immediately, but just, like, maybe one of the Thursdays coming up, I'll run that instead of Repo, just as, like, a palate cleanse. But still keeping it to something that just as many people can get into. Because that just seems like a logical choice to me. Oh, we lost the double spliz, so we don't have field control for the moment. And they are down for a while, is we have no modifiers to make them come back quicker. And the AoE healing from our little frog boy there just does not do a lot. Like, it's only 6 health a second, which is a lot, but not at the same time when you're taking like 40 every couple seconds. Unless I can drag them out of the way of the attack. I do also have a bunch of things otherwise in mind that I want to start doing. Like, since I'm still paying for Humble Choice, for example, I ended up getting the Tomb Raider Remaster Collection, the 1, 2, 3 E-set. I want to do those because I kept thinking about doing Tomb Raider to begin with, but that is just a much easier to use version of it, so...
fell, its grotesque form collapsing under the combined strength of the Wildkeepers and the Guardians. But the air trembled with the aftermath. A surge of magic erupted, raw and unrestrained, pulling the Wildkeepers toward a place of ruin and silence, the Sand Sea. Once lush and teeming with life, now a barren wasteland. It was there that the Guardians made their last stand nearly a century ago. I remember that battle, the way terror gripped my heart. But the Wildkeepers fought then, as they do now. Not without fear, but in spite of it. I will not let fear claim me again.
I don't know why the voice for this was quieter than the voice for the intro. But I wanted to still let it speak. And yeah, exactly. I think those would be fun, especially with the updated controls. At least I think they have updated controls. Yeah, we got a lot of rewards from that one. Another 3 sigils to unlock. Do I want any of these particularly? Like, part of the problem is, now that I'm getting so many of these, we start ending up just having a bunch of extras laying around. Ooh, heart sharing would actually be very nice. For when I have those heart-dropping guys running around. So yeah, let's go ahead and work our way to that then, because that'll actually be very useful. Double damage given and taken will be fun. Sure, 50% chance of instant super again. But yeah, Tomb Raider is also a series I never actually played. Like, I played a demo of, I think it was literally like either the first or second one, and that was about the only exposure I had to that series. So, that'll be interesting to see from a fresh lens as well. Since I know that that's actually like a very popular series. Grab all of these things. There we go. Spend all the money. Now let's see if that Sand Sea area actually exists. Yes, it does. Okay, we're good. We have plenty of stuff left to do, including 5 more Guardians to try out. Excellent. So this will last us today then. Perfect. We got Volkoi, who looks like some kind of either fox or wolf, maybe. More likely a fox of some kind. Needles, which looks just like it's got a lot of tails. Okay. Wally the turtle. Chirpy the... I'm not sure what I'm looking at. And Karn the bird. We'll grab Karn first. And now we got new enemies, which is good. Oh, the trees are evil too. What do you know? Trees in a desert are evil. Who would have thought? Let's see. Yeah, we'll take Buzz. Buzz is fine. Now that we've got teleport and things like that to make Buzz more effective, Buzz is completely fine. This area seems to be more dangerous, judging from the way they're chewing through Buzz's health right now. So we definitely need to get more allies and quickly. Which is kind of nice that this scaled up, though, because we were starting to reach a point where we could just la our way to victory. All three of you have hit level 10. Doesn't much matter as far as that goes. We'll reroll. I see, so you're just gonna give me nothing but level 10s again. That's fine. Considering this place is dangerous, having people that are effective is a good idea. It would be really funny if these stone golem things, though, were, like, immune to fire. Which they might actually be, because I'm not seeing them take dot damage, so that's concerning. That's a thought I wish I hadn't had. Yep, all those trees are evil. Of course they are. And I've bandied back and forth the idea of picking up the Soul Reaver remasters. Because I had started and never finished that series on the first game because I was getting annoyed with it. But because I got annoyed with it is why I'm on the fence with that idea. Is like, what if it didn't actually get improved enough to make me happy with it? And therein lies the issue there. I'll go ahead and put the slowing bubble on myself for a bit of safety till we can get a blood sacrifice going. Raise everybody's health. It's like, it's absolutely something I should enjoy, but it just never was quite hitting completely. So I feel like the remasters would fix it, but it's just not a high priority to grab that. But it's similar enough in line with Tomb Raider is why I'm bringing it up now. And obviously, I already talked about during the Legend of Dragoon session we had on Monday, the fact that I'm planning on doing a bunch more RPGs after that's over, but I'm not doing multiple at the same time. So there are a bunch of things like that coming down the pipe eventually, but that's going to be like next month eventually. Because of just how long it'll take to get through Legend of Dragoon. What other future plans are there? Because I know there was something else I wanted to do, and it's escaping me now. Oh, in the slight brain gone state I'm in right now. Suffice it to say, there are still many plans, many things coming. Obviously, next month... Oh, wait, no! No, it's not next month anymore. It's this month. When does that game come out? Hang on. I'm remembering something now. Yeah, it's less than 2 weeks away. Mandragora is coming out this month. And if y'all remember that from the Next Fest, when I did that, I'm absolutely picking that up, like, immediately. It had felt like April was so far away when I was looking at it before that I completely forgot. It is, in fact, April now. So, in like 12 days, that game comes out. I probably won't play it day one because I think... Yeah, the 16th is a Wednesday, and we're already going to be busy that Thursday, so it would probably end up being at earliest the 18th that I'll end up playing it. But that may end up being Friday's game for a while. And you know what? Kiraboom, you can go ahead and deal and take double damage. That totally won't lead to you being dead all the time or anything. At least not any more than when I just make Kiraboom keep exploding. So I'm assuming the explosion deals double damage because of that as well, is the theory behind giving him the double damage. Because he basically lives as long as I allow him to without pressing the button. So making that more effective just makes sense. But our tanky creatures are just not holding up without upgrades right now, so we are having a bit of a trouble here. That explosion, though, is clearing way better for now, so we've got hope. Whether we can hold it together, that's another question, but we have hope. You know what? Going straight to 1 in 3 crit chance? Sure. Hard to argue with that one. There we go. Explosions heal 2 now. That should help fix the remaining problems we have. 40 isn't a lot, but it's still gonna bolster them a bit, because we don't have a healer for the team. That's the one thing I did make a mistake about not taking. Knowing that things are more difficult now, I should have taken a healer of some kind. Which, you know, with Kiraboom I technically did, but not a great one. Not unless I get more upgrades for that. He says, totally not fishing for healing upgrades for that or something. Actually, yeah, that just says 200% crit, so that could be 200% crit chance, actually. Most of the Guardians are dead. This is not great. We might be in trouble. We already have a lot of health bonus. I think I literally just need more attack or faster attacks or something. So Karn will be available soon. And as soon as we free Karn, the level ends. So we have a decent chance of pulling through this. Right now I'm just running till I can pull Gramp to me. There we go. He's coming on his wizard now. There he is. The idea is now we have 2 of our Guardians alive and with us again. Is for those that don't know, when they revive, they just start making their way to you. They don't actually get warped to you when they come back to life or anything. So I would either need to go back for them or do something else there. Then again, Kiraboom might have teleported there. Kind of looked like they did, but the other one was walking, so it's hard to say if you teleport. Okay, the charge is not affected by teleport speed. That's kind of what I wanted to test. Does he just, like, fly like a bullet straight to me? Karn has been found. Let's go. We got a boogie, kids. Let's go. Ow. I'm taking so much incidental damage just trying to get around these guys. There we go. I wanted to bring them close enough that they'd get healed before triggering the explosion. Man, oh man, we are still having a rough go of it right now. Nope, couldn't fish for an upgrade there, but we'll take the critical bonus, because the higher I raise the health for that, the easier that'll be to trigger that. There, another chunk of them with an explosion. And thankfully, Kiraboom's death timer is really short, so we've got some hope there. I would stay on the point and break it myself, but we don't have protection right now, so I can't afford to go that crazy. But we got this. As soon as this screen goes away, pretty much this is over. There we go. We have Bird. And now we get another Guardian reroll, because that's our 10th Guardian. And another sigil because we gained another Guardian. Grab First Blood just so we gain access to this tier. That's part of the problem I'm noticing, though, is a bunch of these are just, hey, I need to get to this next tier, so I guess I'll take that. Oh, I can play as these others. I don't think he was... I think that was the exclamation point, is Aldrich became playable once the exclamation point popped up for him. Okay, that's non-important ping. I was just making sure. I saw another random Discord ping. I'm like, please tell me that's not something going horribly wrong. So let's see. Aldrich heals and protects allies, debuffs enemies. His dash does damage, which is interesting. He can get bouncing casts. With how infrequently we use our basic attacks with Corrin, that might actually be worth doing. But at the same time, using Ophelia's bow can also solve that we don't use our basic attack that much problem. I mean, if you think about it, because we then are able to attack without having to get too close to things. I'm gonna try Aldrich because I think we literally just unlocked Aldrich. It's also funny. Look at how he runs. I'll show those kids. They think an old man can't do the job. Look at me go. We can only really get debuff time or crit bonus. We'll grab the crit bonus. Save some extra money. Okay, so do I want Wally, Kirby, Volkoi, or Needles? I don't know what Kirby is, so I'm interested to find out what Kirby actually is. Okay, he does damage as well with his debuffing. Also, I sent the old man to fight the fast-moving enemies. This might have been a mistake. Damage-dealing bird that flies for a while. Enemies can't get him while in the air. Sure. Go, bird. Go for the good of the city. Okay, so they've just got a meter there for their flight. Okay. And then their super is the dive bomb. And they just peck at things from the sky, even when they're flying. Okay. That's actually pretty good. They seem to be one of the better fragile ones. Ooh, that dive bomb's actually pretty good, too. Okay. We do need a protector of some kind, or we are just gonna die, though. Because I think I chose a bad combination of character for this area. Ramph was having a lot of trouble surviving, so I think the actual straight HP might not be the most useful. So we'll try Turtail. See if his clearing ability will actually be more useful. No, that was a less effective dive bomb by far there. Get rebounding spells. We're gonna need that max HP, though. Because now he'll have the clearing of Turtail with basically the health of Grimfa. So that works out. Though not having Grampa means we're missing out on Team Double Gramps, but that's okay. Oh, there's elites too, huh? Yikes. It seems like the dive bomb might take Karn to us. So he's kind of a Grampa replacement of sorts, but we are gonna die. Like, the amount of damage we're taking just from the little enemies is a real issue here. Yep, I couldn't get the tail will swing off fast enough. But hey, we got an upgrade reroll for dying. We've learned how dying works. So yeah. Maybe that was a bad idea. Ophelia, let's see if you do any better. See if your direct arrow damage does better for that one. To be fair, we had no warning of the enemy type that was going to be here. Okay, we're still getting overrun a little bit, but the damage is better, as expected. Oh, Turtail's getting another chance. I think starting with Turtail is going to be a bit better than starting with Karn was, though. If for nothing else but field control. We desperately need to grab other guardians fast, though. That cooldown reduction will actually be great. I actually want to fish for blood sacrifice if I can. Nope. Well, piss. Let's take the slowing enemies, put it on ourselves. That should buy us enough time to get away from the flyers, because we'll be able to outrun them now. Because that was the problem. We couldn't outrun our enemies. Now we can, so now this entire dynamic changes. I want to give Karn another chance, but he's not showing up, so we'll hold that thought for now. Use Spliz to keep field control. Keep getting more cooldown. There's potential in what we're doing here. Whether it'll work or not is a whole other question. There we go. Now we got Karn back. Because I do want to see what that Karn ends up looking like when more upgrades happen for him. Yeah, attack size for you is good. Grab some regen for the time being for Turtail. Help keep him in the fight. These stuns are going to be pivotal, I think, so we can clear some space, buy some time, because the enemy count on this stage isn't too bad. It's just they live a decent bit and they are reasonably dangerous in terms of damage. We're not taking double damage right now. In fact, I'm just going to banish that before I get any bad ideas. You can go ahead and leave an acid trail, because as you're flying around, it'll still trail. That works perfectly. That's part of the problem. The elite-looking thing is actually spawning more bugs. So we need to kill this thing, like, now. That's why we were getting overwhelmed so badly. Double super isn't the worst idea, but it's not really the idea we need right now. I think Tornado might be better. Put that on Spliz. Again, more field control, where we just keep pushing enemies away from us at need. There we go. Kill the spawner. Oh, and it just spawns 2 more of them. Fine. Dive bomb away, and they're just spawning more. There just keeps being more and more spawners that make more and more problems. This stage is kind of brutal. The old man, I don't think, was ever gonna pull this one off. We need Riza. We need to counter Swarm with Swarm. You think you can make more problems than I can? Joke's on you. I can make an endless supply of problems. Yeah, increased flight time seems worth it. And now we need to just go farm upgrades quickly here. Yeah, more cooldown reduction. Because all the damage in the world won't help us if we can't keep hitting the enemies we need to keep hitting to get them off of us. Yeah, flying stamina recovery is fine. Because basically, if we can make it so that Karn never touches the ground, that's probably the best way for Karn to survive. Too busy pooping bugs to be dazzled, I see. Perish, demon. This is actually a decent setup now. Because we got all of our bases covered, aside from healing. The lack of healing is going to be problematic again, probably, but... Ow. The lack of blood sacrifice is also going to be a bit of an issue. The aforementioned field control is just very, very important. Because then we can keep focusing on getting rid of the spawners like we just did there. Or by using Dazzle. Yeah, Landminer is fine. Put that on Karn as well, since Karn's just kind of floating around. That was a mistake to reroll. I was hoping to roll either higher or roll cooldown, and I didn't get either of them. I should have kept the higher damage bonus. That's what you get, though, for gambling. Just a perfect case of, aw, dang it. Longer and longer flight times. It's not the most efficient way to be upgrading, because the others could be getting some good upgrades. But I'm also trying to get the level 10 Karn. Karn is, like, way out in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, though, I gotta say. Karn, please. Join the team, please. Stop fucking around out in the middle of nowhere. Is part of the problem with him being able to fly and everything, and him being melee targeting, is he can get very distracted, just like any of the other melee units. I'm getting chipped to death again. This is bad. Stun them all. I will say, the red border on the screen here, not a great idea for low health, because I now can't read my minimap. So they may want to rethink that one a little bit. Or at least not have it affect the minimap, probably. Because that is now very hard to look at. Yeah. Every time I dash, I shoot a lot more and do or at least do a lot more crits, depending on how the math on that works out. Okay, Kirby has been found. Kirby is that way. I really wish I could have gotten some of the multi-shot and things like that for Ophelia that we saw in the tutorial. That would be making her way more effective right now. But critically active is helping. Because rather than dashing to avoid, I'm dashing to attack. Which is helping the clear rate we have going. Arguably, I should have taken the heal on level, but I'm stubborn. I will say, the fact that Ophelia has a bird on her shoulder makes having Karn on the team a lot more fitting. May or may not have just only now noticed the bird. I want to just bunker up for a second, because we can use the stun. Get the team back in proper positioning and everything. We're almost to Kirby's prison. And yes, I do keep thinking I'm saying Kirby as well, just in case anybody was thinking that. Definitely in my head, too. I would not mind freeing Kirby from prison. Kirby probably did nothing wrong. There we go, victory. We succeeded. Oh, that was awkward across the board, but we made it happen. That one was just, like, way nastier. Let's get the heart sharing, because that's what we wanted out of this endeavor here. And we didn't really get enough prizes for that to matter. I'm going to try the old man again, because I want to get a win with everybody. And maybe one of these other ones is just not as nasty. Though these two were next to each other, so you would think they'd be similar difficulties, and similarly harder than the rest since they're further out. Let's get Needles next. Why not? Needles looks interesting. Go forth, old man. Oh, what the hell are these? Oh, they spin. You know, this might have been another bad place to take an old man and for a run. There's oh, Kirby's a beetle. Okay. I couldn't tell that this, like, horn thing was there in its image before. Ball pushing beetle will hits monsters with his growing ball. Sure, he's a dung beetle. Get him, dung beetle. Yeah. Make them eat shit, literally. He's just taking that guy on a journey. He's just taking him and leaving. He's just out of here. He might be my new favorite. Just because it's really funny watching him push enemies around, and then he plays Pinball of Doom, which is pretty funny. Let's bring Riza back, even though we already have the Dung Beetle for durability. I feel like having 2 durable on the team right now might not be the worst idea. The Beetle also does not have great field control so far. Like, he takes care of one guy great, but everything else just kind of hangs out, and that's a bit of a problem. The issue we have right now, though, is I did take 2 melee units, and I can't keep them with me in any particularly good way and move any real distance. There we go, 70% in aggro radius, though I could have had Aldrich receiving the heals he's giving, which would have probably saved him. But we'll get the allies receive 50% of health restored from a heart. Since I actively pursue the hearts, we'll put it on Aldrich so that he can continue healing everybody else. And besides, since he's the only one that doesn't benefit from his heals right now, it makes the most sense to do it that way. At least in my head right now, it does. Whether that's actually true or not, well, you know. The world may never know. But they'll learn to fear the power of an old man. Goddamn kids, get off my lawn. I don't care if this stone is older than I am. To me, they're a bunch of fucking kids. Ow. Ow, the kids hurt. The kids hurt. They want to put me in a home. Send help. And I know I just added another melee unit to the melee pile here. Oh, fuck me. Actually, this works, though. We can have the freeze, and he'll drop hearts that I can then share to the team, so this works out nicely, actually. Like, it's not perfect, but it'll do. It's a way of extending everyone's durability a lot. You know, when he stops jumping on top of the spider where I can't grab the hearts before the spider gets the hearts. Ooh, increases bounces by 1. Yes, that seems like a good idea, actually. Freeze everything. Well, not quite everything, apparently, but a lot of things. I'll take it. Oh boy. We should have this one under control now. Oh, or until that happened. That's a problem. I will say just vacuuming up hearts is the only way this is working right now. Try again. Yeah, we need you to do a lot more damage. In fact, yeah, double super as well for Nipper, so that hopefully he can just go right back into crazy Hulk form again, because that's kind of what he relies on, is being in Hulk form. At least until he gets set up a bit more, which right now we're gonna have a hard time getting him set up. He did not get the reset, but that's okay. He recharges reasonably quickly even without it. freeze things. Grab that heart trail, but the old man's slow, so it's not great. Okay, he can stun things. That's great. He's another stunner. Probably a more consistent stunner than Turtail, honestly. Because he does seem to just keep hitting when he's rolling the ball into them. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. There's a regular heart there that the beetle stole, but that's okay. He needed it. Try again. That's great that that's legendary, but you don't need that. Try again. That'll work. Burning Touch would actually be really good for Kirby. Again, because of the constant bumping into enemies. So he'll start burning things, hopefully a lot. Help him start doing actual damage. 'Cause that's his biggest issue right now, is his damage output is sad. He's good at pushing one guy around and stunning things, but his damage output is non-existent. I'm happy enough, though, at least that he's been surviving. Try again. Damn it. One more time. Damn it. Basically, nothing has changed. I was hoping to get, like, a higher rank version of any of that. It might actually be better to get the multi-super for the dung beetle, actually. Oh, Needles has been found. We can go get him now. I'm assuming Needles is going to be another long-range one. I just have a feeling that he's just going to, like, shoot needles at things. Like, not syringe needles, just, like, spike needles. It'd be a very different story if he's just launching syringes at everything. It'd be a very different turn for this game to be taking. Not impossible, though. It wouldn't be the first time a left field moment like that has occurred. Just goddamn bring out the mental steel chair. This old man's on a walk and you better get out of his fucking way. I can't be stopped. If too many people prayed for me, now I'm too strong. There we go, we're in position, now we just need to break this thing down. Okay, so the longer we let him roll that ball, the more damage his super does as well. Above and beyond waiting for him to have the meter full. Yeah, we got this, though. Ta-da! Oh, it's got, like, 3 scorpion tails. Okay. Maybe this is gonna be a melee guy, then. Own damage lowered by 50%. Allies increase their damage by 20%. That's great for the healer guys. Because they don't do damage to begin with, really. So that would actually be really good for them. Let's go ahead and grab 50% chance to freeze just so we can get down into these options down here. Because I do want vampirism for some of my melee guys. Massively increase their survival rate. Actually, we'll take the status effect duration. Wait, move speed. Speed up the old man. He needs it badly. Okay, so we got Volcoy and Wally left. We'll flip a coin. Volcoy's heads, Wally's tails. Okay. Every time I say something is on heads, heads is 1 so far. Let's see if we can get the new guy. There we go. Needles attacks multiple targets at once, all around you. Okay. Pick 16 different guardians. Okay, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good coverage. And since it's beetle time again, this is probably good that we have him for this. He's actually keeping us safe pretty well. And Whirlwind, I assume, is him just gonna, like, helicopter his tails, which will be pretty funny. Oh no, he just does that. Okay, that's also very interesting. Let's go ahead and get self-healing there. Chance to freeze on hit will actually be really good for Needles, because of the amount of attacks. Look at it just go wild there. That's pretty funny. I'm actually surprised that that's how that worked. Then get fast hands. Because the damage output's pretty good, and the amount of enemies they're hitting at once are also pretty good. Blood sacrifice. We don't really super want it right now, but I'll put it on Needles anyway because he's still got more health than I do. And I can heal him, which makes blood sacrifice ridiculous with Aldrich. Because you basically can just keep healing the thing that's protecting you constantly. And it's just a non-issue. As long as things don't do, like, a crazy amount of damage. We got Tweak, Spark, and Buzz. Let's try again. Strength, Merkle, and Fleck. Let's grab Merkle, even though I should grab a durable guy. I'm gonna fish for the beetle. Which might be a mistake, but I want to give the beetle more screen time. I like him. He's silly. He's just a silly little guy. Okay, so when I activate Whirlwind, he runs to me. 70% of healing's cast? Sure, I'm down for healing myself a lot. So right now, his biggest problem is he has the same melee unit problem of he gets caught up doing his thing off in the distance. There we go, Kirby. My funny little dirt rolling guy. Interesting that all the Guardians were just like in a trail over here. Healing circle. I wonder if this will count for karma. I presume since this is heals cast, it won't. But his whole shtick is playing support here, so it makes sense to keep on with that. We'll take Karn again. Because I don't think we got the level 10 Karn that I was trying to get, did we? I don't remember. Either way, I'm trying to, like, use the new choices as much as I can. This is such a silly game, though. I'm glad I picked this up. For those that are wondering, by the way, this game is only $9, so... if you're worried about breaking the bank, you don't need to worry about that. And the demo is pretty robust, as from what I saw, so if you aren't sure, you can always just try the demo first. We got some decent supers on this team, so yeah, we'll actually take the super cooldown. It's not much, but it'll help. Especially when we can get it again. So it's interesting that we got 3% and then 3%, it says 5%. So I guess it's multiplying rather than directly, like, adding together. Which is unfortunate, but it makes sense. Ooh. Increased maximum ball size, because ball is life. I am curious how big he can roll that to be. He's just over here playing Katamari. Na 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 na. Die! Yeah, his super's already recharged. Look at him go. Can it keep getting bigger, or is that the biggest it gets with the increase that I just added to it? I think that's as big as it gets. 6 seconds for his super. Yes. Whee! Gong, gong, gong. Yeah, the only problem is with how fast his super recharges now, he can't actually roll a ball fast enough to get it built back up again before his super's ready. But it's good to have it available in case I need to throw like a half measure shot out there to get rid of something that's about to kill me or anything like that. 3% damage for you is pretty good. Bigger ball! That's what I was fishing for. I wanted to see if I could just keep getting bigger and bigger ball. That's getting pretty big. It's gotten pretty big. Throw that out there. Oh, that does so much damage now. At least the first bounce is like 200. I'm also wondering if it increases the pace at which he rolls it up bigger and bigger. Seems like it does, because he's getting the big size pretty fast. I'm glad I have all these rerolls to mess around with ideas like this. Let's actually take bouncing spells, though, so we can heal more than one guy at once. And we're on our way out of here anyway. Of course, you know, we actually gotta get there, but that's neither here nor there. Well, no, it's quite literally there, but don't worry about it. Oh. Bucket wee ball. Okay, they're not too far behind. They're thankfully actually mostly staying on track this time. How far away is Volkoi, though? Good God. We're just walking, and we're walking, and we're walking, and we're walking. There it is. On your left, you'll see an endless desert, and on your right, you'll see an endless desert. Did I mention there's also an endless desert to the north and to the south? There we go. Giving Kirby Fire Aura should make a very big difference for him. But this is also over, so nothing else I make matters. This is when this is actually like a wizard character or something. Definitely a fox, though. There we go. One guardian banish after picking 16 different guardians. Which guardian banishes might be nice. I can get rid of ones that I'm absolutely not interested in using that particular time. We'll go with double XP, yeah. Because that's, in case people didn't notice, by the way, your creatures pick up experience too, and it all feeds to you anyway. That's why sometimes I haven't had to really scramble around to pick up experience, because they're scooping it all up just fine. We just have Wally left. And I may very well, like, do Wally's mission and then defeat the rock giant, and that might be where we end it. So it does seem like there might... Yeah, there's more stages, it looks like, past this. So that's nice. More beetles, no. Not more enemy beetles. Volkoi, pack leader that calls for reinforcements and attacks in groups. So maybe I was right with the wolf thought then. Some kind of fox wolf thing with like displacer beast bits coming out of its shoulders. Interesting. So where's this reinforcements thing? Oh, okay, when they howl, they summon a friend. Okay, nice. So it's a little bit slower than the spider as far as summoning goes, but seems like they're a little stronger? Or at the very least a little more active. Banish Spark. And then reroll. Yeah. I want Needles right now. Needles is pretty good. Let's try that again. And just raise your attack speed. Double XP will be useful this early on. Give that to Volkoi, because Volkoi will be on top of enemies when they die. Okay, looks like they can't summon more than one. They only have the... Oh, but it made it bigger and stronger. Okay. That works. So eventually they'll be as big as Volkoi, if not bigger, then. That works. I can live with that. Oh, nope, there's a second one now. Okay, so first charge makes X1. Second charge makes that one stronger. Third charge then makes a second one. Okay. So just every other one. That's fine. I can live with that. Oh god, so many beetles. Help. Help. I need to receive more of my own healing, or I'm gonna die. I may die anyway, though, admittedly. Ooh, Volkoi revive speed increased 50% for each pack member. That's great, but Volkoi hasn't died yet, so that's not really an idea at the moment. Redirects 20% of damage taken to the pack. Interesting. Would be an interesting blood sacrifice play, but unfortunately, I think we might be in trouble here. Pack members have more health. Yes, rebound. I need to heal myself for more. But the beetle swarms are just such a problem. No, we're SOL on this one. I didn't have enough control, and there's so many flyers. God damn. Volkoi's good. I like Needles. But unfortunately, that stage, I think I need to have something that has more control first. Might also just be a matter of we might need to not be old man for this one. Thing is, though, what'll keep better control of this many enemies? That is a tricky question. His Needles does well with the multiple enemies because he hits multiple targets at once, and Whirlwind brings him back to me. So he's useful for that. So I think he's a useful first one. I think Volkoi is actually the issue. Because he's good against a handful of targets, but not that many targets. So we also needed to have gotten more of our guys on the field faster on that one, I think. Yeah, Gramth might be a good choice here, because he does have Taunt. So that'll help keep a chunk of the enemies on him instead of on me. We may just fight fire with fire a bit. No, Splizz's Dazzle will be pivotal here, probably. But now we have two characters that can immediately run back to me when I need them. Yeah, cast bouncing is good. Healing circle would be nice, but I think I actually want barrier for Aldrich. Basically doubling his health. Let's get our fourth companion, and then we'll start grabbing the buffs. No, try again. 2 dashes could actually be a game winner for us. Because the only reason we died that last time was because we just couldn't keep playing keep away. Kirby could be decent. A healer doesn't much matter. If the freezer was there, I would have considered that. Yeah, Kirby I think is the play here. Because again, it's field control. And now we have two that are taunting enemies, basically. So they split it between them. Does the healing circle matter now? Answer is I don't think so. Entanglement, though. Entanglement could be really funny. Because if we have twice as many needle boys running around, we have a lot more killing power. Especially when they both go for Whirlwind. Get your Constitution up, because you are going to need it. Energy Beam covers more targets than the other one does. Yeah, look at them just go wild and just clear the screen. Pause the world for a second. All of these are actually pretty good. We're gonna go ahead and give the armor out, though, because that'll also buff us. Super cooldown's not the best choice, but it'll be okay. There we go. Receive some of the heals cast. And if you're wondering, yes, I was seriously considering Entanglement Kirby so that we had two Beetle Boys running around throwing poop at people, because it'd be really funny. Keep raising his aggro radius so that he pulls more of these guys off of me. Just pause the world so that they all dance. You know, with the music like notes popping up, I kind of wish they had spent the time making an animation for all the enemies to be actually dancing. But I also understand that that would be a lot. Not for something like this. Ooh, there we go. 50% chance to stun enemies for 4 seconds. That's perfect. Give me that crowd control. Let's see. The 15% damage is really nice, but the cooldown reduction, I think, is going to be more helpful with this team up. We just have to hold out for a little over 2 more minutes to get Wally, and then we're in business. Then go sicko mode and just start stabbing everything. Yeah. 10% super cooldown. This way we can keep taking control of the field. Unfortunately, these stages are just difficult enough now that I can't really fuck around as much as I would like. 80% chance to stun? Okay. I was happy with 50%, but if you're gonna put 80% chance to something in front of me, as long as that 80% chance isn't something negative, I'm down. Crit chance? Yeah, everybody's surviving, so crit chance is probably the play here. Everybody's surprisingly surviving well, but the beetles don't actually do a ton of damage. They just can chip somebody like Aldrich to pieces fast because he doesn't have much health. But even like Needle and such has more health than we do, by far. No, we got spinny guys back again. Which in some ways I prefer those to the other guys, the beetles. Hmm, 50% health is good. But we're surviving just fine, so we'll take Tornado. There's heart sharing, but we don't have a means of generating hearts. Rejuvenation, Lightning Strike. Damn it. Come on, one more try. Damn it. I gambled on trying to get at the health thing in case people are like, what was he fishing for? As if I fish for anything else out of the sigil set at this point. Because it would basically mean I can replace barrier completely, put it on somebody else. I will say, the amount of pool control we've been getting has been helpful, but it's also come back to bite me numerous times at this point, because I keep making poor decisions with it. Thank you for the raid, Yura. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good time tonight. Is it tonight? Yeah, it's past 5. It's tonight enough. We're just out here leading a parade of creatures to fight other creatures. Ah, nice. How much of UFO 50 did you get through today? I assume you probably were a bit more focused. Freezing touch will be nice. Just have that either freeze them or stun them. Nice. That doesn't surprise me, unfortunately. But hey, you got through it, and that's the important part. There we go, Wally has been found. Let us free a turtle. Oh really, what was it? Oh wow, I would not have known that one. I don't recognize that. And it's not often there's something I don't recognize. Now I'm gonna look that up, because I'm curious. Oh, I have seen this, actually, but I've only seen, like, the front cover. And of course it's a Psygnosis game. Of course it is. That explains so many things. And it was sponsored by Vans. Huh. Interesting. There's your fun fact for the chat for the day, everybody in chat. It was sponsored by the shoe company Vans. So that's a thing. And now we have all of the guardians for this area unlocked. We'll go ahead and grab 4 corners. That's more fun than just cardinal directions. And we can get Dragon Breath, Floating Wither, and Frost Trap. Once I get more sigil unlocks. Raise our block some more. Well, we can do both, so we'll just do both. Raise our stun duration some more. Go forth, old man, for the good of the city. We gotta survive 20 minutes and defeat the rock giant now. This is gonna be tricky, because we've been having a hard time getting through these stages to begin with, and those stages were only 5 minutes. But as long as we can get through the initial bit, I think we'll be okay. Goofball with an armored shell. Taunting wall is his special. Okay. Let's go, Wally. He's a big old turtle boy. He just headbutts things. Or I guess shell butts them, really. And he just goes, bang! Okay, he pops his spikes out and everything wants to attack him and just gets stunned. Oh, he's... See that tongue thing he's doing there? It's not coming out of the right part of his model on the field. You can't see it because it's behind the super boost, but you'll understand. It's like sticking out of the side of his head, and it's a problem. Of course I couldn't get the thing I was fishing for. Why do I even bother trying to fish for it? Yeah, see, yeah, part of the animation is like coming out of the side there, and then it goes back to being correct again. It's very weird. The only problem is he is not doing the best job of keeping up. He's doing better than your average melee guy, but he's still having a rough go of it. Now that he's caught up, though, let's have him taunt everything to him so I can go grab another Guardian. Oh, wow, he pulls from a really far distance, too. He's actually very good. Nipper, Karn, and Cole. There we go. That's what I was looking for. I wanted Volkoi back since he didn't really get a fair shake the last time we had him. And the summoning ability Volkoi has seems like it'll be very useful. Every time you hear that howl, that's Volkoi summoning another, basically smaller Volkoi. And then they upgrade the next time they howl, and then they summon another one. Basically, yeah. That's pretty much exactly what this is. You can upgrade your 3 characters as well, but it's primarily the Guardian pets that are your main source of power. And every single Guardian has their own unique special ability they do. Who, like, the taunting the turtle's doing and the summoning Volkoi's doing. And there's a decent variety of them. They fall into, like, 3 categories, basically. Ones that are good at damage, one that's good at support, and one that's good at being a big, durable thing. Like, Pitsy here is good for damage. Doesn't attack, though. Only fires their disintegrating beam super fairly frequently. Cole is... well, a fire dragon, low health, sets everything on fire. Fleck is one of the support ones. Their super freezes things, but they're constantly pooping hearts out to heal everybody. So, useful, but maybe not your first choice, depending on what you're looking for. Kiraboom, main thing about Kiraboom is they explode. They will die when they explode, but they come back faster than most characters. Buzz just turns into a buzzsaw with their super, spins around. Big durable wall for the most part. Merkle stays with you and shoots at things. Pretty useful. I'll bring Kiraboom because Kiraboom is fun. Yeah, exactly. They're pretty clear with what these do. Ooh. Allies receive bonus damage during super. That's pretty useful. Yeah. It's a fun style. It wouldn't be my first choice stylistically, but it works for this. Kiraboom will drop landmines. You also get a bunch of those sigils you can place, 2 on everybody, including yourself. Exactly. When it works well. When it doesn't, it does look a little bad. There goes Kiraboom exploding. Yeah, have Volkoi redirect damage to their pack. Well, Healing Circle will be good enough. We can put Healing Circle on Wally. That way Wally heals us. Oh. There's more of the pack. Legendary long range. Ooh, nope. Reflect 40% damage during the super. Taunt and damage reflection, yes please. I am getting chewed to pieces by the beetle pile, though. I need your super to activate, bud. There you go. Now let's get out of here while the getting's good. Blow them up and just boogie. Yeah, that's the problem right there. That thing right there spawning more of the flying beetles, and that's why we're getting chewed to pieces. Because they just keep piling in. Thankfully, Volkoi's on it now, so he'll keep the worst of that under control. Ooh, no, you need just natural aggro radius, because I can't be relying on him using his super every time to have a hope of living right now. What do we got? Needles, Buzz, and Petsy. Needles. Needles is this, like, weird scorpion cat thing with extending stingers. It's very strange, but very effective and kind of neat. Volkoi is doing work now. 50% damage during super, sure. This is a janky group we got here, but it's kind of working. Yeah, global 6% attack cooldown. We need to keep clearing faster. Yes, Aldrich receives 40% of the heals he gives out. I need that right now. Magic Missile's just kind of meh, so we'll get rid of that. Thick Skin, we'll throw that on Aldrich so he lives a little bit better. Or for now. Right now, that's the main thing I need, is just better sigils. We have them available, they're just not showing up. I threw away some good ones trying to get at Blood Sacrifice, which combines our main character's health with one of the Guardians. In this case, I would be combining it with Wally the Turtle here, which would basically make Aldrich immortal. And I'm trying to do that just so the fragile old man stops getting his ass kicked. This also works. Entanglement is good to have. Is what if there's even more Volkois? Entanglement just makes a copy of a Guardian. They share health, so he'll die faster, but he's already redirecting damage to the pack, so now I'm curious to see how that's gonna spread across, like, 8 wolves. So I need to get back to him. Yeah, look at this. Look at this nightmare that's happening here. This is what I was hoping for. Because for those that came in later on or came in from the raid, what I was doing with the spider creature we have that spawns a bunch of hatchlings is I was doubling that. And I usually had like 30 hatchlings running around. I'm doing more or less the same thing with Volkoi here, just on a smaller scale, but stronger. There's just a horde of fox wolf things that are just chewing the field to pieces, and I am so here for it. Make sure the taunt lasts longer. Now, it is kind of weird having 2 pack leaders. I feel like that causes problems, but what do I know? Just keep blowing up the cat, even though it's sad to blow up the cat. It's important. Okay. 50% damage increase. Activated it 12 times now. Good lord. Go fight the turtle, everybody. Go fight the turtle. Pay no mind to what the magician's doing in his left hand, summoning more animals. Just pulling more wolves out of his hat. 90% of my healing gets shared with me now. Kaboom! This is silly. I like it when these games let me do silly things and it actually is allowed to at least somewhat work. I really should start getting some Death Defiant for the cat so it comes back faster. $14. Oh, we lost a pack member. It went back down. Because it was at 15 for a moment and then went back. I think the damage sharing is getting really confused. Just between the two pack leaders. Yeah, that number's dropping rapidly sometimes. They're just getting eaten now and then. Like when they're running near these spinny guys, for example, they just get destroyed. This is basically looping the damage among them, probably. Trigger another whirlwind, so we clear more of the spinny guys. Like, they're the only real threat on the table for us right now. Explosive healing once again. Ooh, a lot more aggro radius isn't bad, but 4 more seconds of him going stab crazy is pretty good. AoE weaken... Yeah. I think AoE weaken is the play here. Throw that on Volkoi for now. I'll probably move it once I get something that'll be better for Volkoi, but that'll help for the moment. Because it applies to both of them, so we get a lot more coverage with the weakening. I am going to try to stay away from my own Volkois a little bit, though, because the amount of barking is getting a little out of hand. Oh, that's a Mimic. That's a shame. Real shame for them that they're going to be taunted immediately and be very interested in attacking that turtle instead of me. Anyway, let's go grab another chest so we get another party buff. Okay, the Mimic got chased down and eaten. Just for those that don't know, that's how those work, by the way. All these chests are party buffs, everything else are individual buffs when we gain levels. More or less. More global cooldown reduction. This definitely just does turn into a cacophony of noise now and then, though. I will admit that. What do we got in here? These are all uncommon, which is pretty good, but I'm gonna risk it. I shouldn't have risked it. Everything is regret. There we go, 60 E health on Explode. That's fantastic. Yeah, they're all still being drawn to the turtle, though not for long. Yeah, I might need to undouble Volkoi soon because they're just not able to keep their stacks alive anymore. Also, I just realized I am a fool for not understanding what Volkoi is. Volkoi is a coyote. Koi is part of coyote. That just makes sense. I don't know why I didn't put 2 and 2 together till now. That actually is pretty obvious. Huh. Well, we figured it out now at least, I guess. There we go. We sacrificed our uncommon to get a rare. Give me that damage increase, please. I need the damage output. Because we're starting to lose field control here, and we're not even halfway through the timer. Yeah, actually, I forgot. I can just do this at any time. Let's switch to double needle. You can't make double of your main character, by the way. It says Guardian only, for a very good reason. Besides, what would you do if it can't agree who the real one is anymore? And it would just get weird. Yeah, we'll take the Legendary Constitution boost, even though the turtle is yet to have his health bar move in any real way. Yeah, hopefully now that the damage splitting isn't happening anymore, his pack should survive a bit better. Especially when I just periodically explode a cat to sacrifice for them. And the damage coverage from the multi-stabbing needles should be a little bit more consistent in keeping the field cleared. We don't have any chests to go for or anything, so we kind of just hang out now. Hang out and just try our best to survive. Seems like the results with the amount of pack members seems to be more or less the same. Legendary critical failure would be fun, but not very helpful. Keep raising the bad attitude on the turtle, so he keeps naturally taunting more of them without having to use the super. The pack is dying, though. The pack is gone. Long live the pack. Volkoi may just not be long for this world in general, at the rate this is going. Which is fine. They'll just revive after a little bit. But that's a bad sign if they're starting to collapse now. That's because I can't get the super recharged fast enough to maintain the pack. I kind of wish there was an auto cast for this game, just so some of these supers would just auto cast. But now we have level 10 Wally at least. So there we go, blood sacrifice. Take the tornadoes off Wally, that's fine. Now our health and Wally's health are 1. Actually, put the tornadoes on the entangled needles. Double tornadoes is probably more useful. Now I don't have to worry about Aldrich getting killed, because we have over 1,000 hit points now. As long as Wally never dies, we cannot die. And Wally just doesn't seem to care about damage, so we're pretty fine right now. Oh, for those coming in late as well, there is a manual attack option. I have not used it yet. I probably never will, but it exists for those so inclined. We don't need more heal. Yes, 50% more pack health will be huge there. That should mean that the pack members actually stay alive at this phase of the game. And once the pack starts rebuilding, we should have control of the board again just fine. We really can't get any more global cooldowns or anything going because we're out of chests. In case people are wondering why I don't just go find more, it's like no more exist. If you look at the minimap up there, you'll see that there's nothing else on the compass anywhere. There's just nothing. We've used up all of our options. There's a set amount of them spawn with you, more or less, as far as I've been able to tell. I would entangle Wally to have 2 defense turtles, but honestly, I don't think that would do anything. If anything, it may actually cause the enemies to split between them, which doesn't actually really help. It would only help if they were in any danger, and they've never been. I could get even more pack health, but I think a bunch of extra damage for Needle is better. Again, the goal of keeping control of the field. And yeah, the pack is starting to build back up a bit. Heal everybody up. Taunt all the enemies away. A lot of it's all the, like, poison lobs happening. That's part of the issue why a lot of our friends are taking damage at this point. Is they go near Wally to try to clear the enemies that are on him, and then suddenly the entire field around Wally is poison death, and it becomes a problem. But as long as we keep blowing Kiraboom up, we will keep our health in check just fine. His cooldown rate is low enough that he definitely just pops right back up after an explosion. I do kind of want to let him stay on the field for a bit, both so he drops landmines, and I do feel slightly bad about him just exploding every 15 seconds. It's a little excessive after a point. We can do better than that. We do actually do better than that slightly. Handing out armor might actually be a big benefit. And now we're actually managing to keep more of them off screen, so I think we're actually getting further. But it's also meaning that Volkoi pushes out further and loses more of his pack members again. For those wondering, I have no control over the Guardians. They just do what they want based on what their AI is designed to do. Like, your melee units are typically going to go chase trouble. Some of them are designed to chase trouble that's closer to you, at least as far as I can tell. Like, Wally seems to mostly stay relatively close by. There we go, pack members do more damage. That's gonna help a lot. I kind of want to get both the spiders and Volkoi going and see just how ridiculous the pileup gets. Because I think with the hatchlings to take some of the pressure off the pack health bar, that's probably gonna make that ridiculous. Because after a bit with the spiders, the hatchlings just stop dying, like, at all. Or if they do die, they get replaced immediately, because the hatchlings are automatic, whereas the pack members are on a super. Yeah, let's get your cooldown for your attack down a bit more. Help keep field control. It keeps swinging back and forth whether we have total control or we have no control. Right side, we're getting a lot of experience gems still because there's just so many enemies. And Kiraboom's damage just doesn't hold up anymore because we haven't given him any damage upgrades in a while. Let's actually... Oh no, that's hold, not banish. Never mind. Keep lowering your stab cooldown. Shank, 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 shank. Yeah, the golems are more durable than anything else we've been fighting in here, so it does get a little rough trying to shoot through those now and then. More cooldown for either of you would be really good. We don't really need the extra healing. You getting extra cooldown doesn't matter. We've been giving Needles a lot of upgrades. Let's give Volkoi a bit faster attacks. Grab some armor. Put that on Volkoi as well. See if just reducing their damage taken helps keep the pack alive. Because I assume the upgrades are shared to the pack. I don't know that, but I assume it is. Well, no, because it can't be, because otherwise all the pack members would have the AoE with her as well. I'm not even 100% sure if... No, because the pack members have to be able to take damage in order for them to have a reason to have a health bar. Aside from the damage being shared to them, that is. It's also interesting that Volkoi can end up in a situation where the main Volkoi is down, but the pack is alive. We'll take the legendary choice there. Double super could work out. Here, give that to Kiraboom. You take double super so we can start seeing about double supering more pack together. Or hopefully. Though I've yet to see double super work. so take that as you will. And thankfully, his corpse still puts out the aura, so it actually works out perfectly. There we go, now double super worked. I just had to complain about never seeing it work for it to work. Sometimes it's just that easy. There we go, super cooldown. There we go, triggered again. You can trigger that super so quickly that it doesn't play the sound again. There we go, the pack numbers are building up now. It just keeps triggering. He's got 10 pack members again. It's been a while since he's had more than 4. That was absolutely the correct choice. Look at how many of them there are. And so many of them are so big. They grow up so fast. We've only got to hold out for 2 more minutes before the boss shows up, and then we got to deal with the boss, admittedly, which could be a problem of its own. Especially with how crowded the screen's getting. If the last boss is any indication, this boss is gonna summon more golems. Just ow, 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 ow. All of this super spamming I'm doing is just barely keeping a bubble of safety around us. If I stopped pushing these buttons, we probably would be overwhelmed in an instant. That is how ridiculous this is getting. Were I to do this again and had my choice, I probably would have brought the spiders instead of Kiraboom. The healing from Kiraboom was clutch a couple times, but I think just the sheer spam of 2 summoners would have been enough to prevent that from needing to be a thing. Because unfortunately, without a lot of upgrades, Kiraboom's explosions really just stop working after a bit. They stop having any real weight. This is the part, though, where healing would be useful to have. Which, we are a healer in our own right, but we only heal so much, and there's a lot of damage coming out here. And taunting him, I don't think is going to help. All of his friends, though, taunting them is gonna be helpful. Because remember what I said about the probability of them summoning. Boy, was I unfortunately right about that. And the pack got massacred by those heavy stabs as well. But thankfully, they're keeping great control of the field while we take care of the big guy. Yeah, attacks like that are the scary part of this for us, I think. Okay, he's restored the pack pretty well. Very good. I just started mashing the button and hoping it worked. It seems like it also heals the pack members when he howls, which is very helpful. Get the taunt going again because he's about to summon all of his friends, so they're all immediately taunted. Like, keeping things like that looping might be the most beneficial part of this fight for us now. Because that might be the only way we hold this together reasonably. Wait, can I hit 20 pack members? I'm at 19. Can I get more? Come on, let me get more. No, we're back down to 18. No. Back up to 19. Didn't get the refresh, so it's gonna end up going down again before we get to do that. Because he's just summoned another wave. Wait, we hit 20. We have 20 E-Pack members. Yeah. And back to 18. Just immediately denied. But hey, level 10 Volkoi, so that's good. Extra damage to enemies that are at full health isn't a bad idea. Critical Aura might actually be the better choice, though. Yeah, I'll just have you carry the Critical Aura, it'll be fine. If I just go hang out with the pack, suddenly they do way more. God, I can't see. Too many stones. Rocks fall, everybody dies. Oh, I should have saved the explosion. I didn't realize he was about to summon until I was already mid-explode. Boy, oh boy, what a mess I've made here. It's working though. That's the funny part, is that this is working. And we win. First try.
Stone shattered as the rock giant fell. Then came the magic pulse. Wild just as before. But this time it burrowed deep, guiding the Wildkeepers underground. There in the cavern's heart, he waited. A boy, motionless, frozen in time. I knew his name. Milo Ironjaw, lost during the war. The Guardians unraveled the spell, and Milo awoke to a world that had moved without him. He had set out for the old Wildkeeper's sanctum, searching for help in the war's darkest hour. But when the rift between worlds collapsed, so too did his place in time. Now, with battle on the horizon, he seemed ready, almost eager, and he was the only one smiling.
So I guess that's a new character unlock? I might take a look and see what he can do before we stop. Fireball in random direction, ice trap, orb that floats nearby causing damage. I mean, obviously fireball, though we'll take both of those. I'm not that interested in ice trap. Auto XP could be funny. That could work. Ghostly crit combined with Cura Boom, so that Cura Boom just explodes, gives everybody a bonus crit, comes back to life, explodes again, gives everybody bonus crit again. Just keeps looping. Let's grab Auto XP just so we can get down to these in the future. Because all of these are good. Damage equal to block percent, vampirism, and critical hit bonus damage. All are real good ideas. Yeah, let's get our crit bonus up a bit. It is kind of lacking. Get our experience radius up. Okay, he is not available yet. But he's got a big hammer. Now we have access to this area where we can rescue Kifu, Glacier, Grumble, Shiver, and Blink. And then defeat the Goblin King and activate the fountains. Do one more or not to do one more? Kifu looks interesting. Shiver is an ice dragon. Glacier is a big icy boy. Grumble looks almost like a crab. I don't know what Grumble is. And Blink is another, like, frog dude. Tell you what, we'll go get Shiver. Get our other dragon friend, and then we will call it for the day. Land of the Goblins, apparently. And there's Riza. For those who haven't seen Riza, there you go. Big spider that summons... that spits out lots of eggs that make lots of little hatchlings that go and chew on all of your enemies. Can we get the combination of... Nope. I was gonna see, but I was fishing for Volkoi. And we just didn't get him yet. We have 2 more chances, though. I've just burned all my rerolls. And actually, I'm not sure if these are goblins or not. Like, the Goblin King is around, so maybe they're goblins, but they're very scaly goblins. Which isn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. There are worlds in which there are scaly goblins. Let's grab Graham, just so we don't have Kiraboom again immediately. Yeah, after having Kiraboom. I know I got Wally again, but Wally only had his first time in the last fight, so it's only fair. Let's go see about grabbing our last one to see what we can do with that. Oh, we got wizards. Buff up the hatchlings. Now we can get Fireball, but I'm actually going to grab Auto XP. Because I feel like we're going to get enough experience from... Yeah, look at that go. Look at that. Look at the meter just run along because we got it so early. Like, I feel like very early on, auto experience is incredible, and then as soon as you reach a certain threshold, it becomes useless. So we kind of needed to grab it while we had it. Energy Beam. Go ahead and put that on... Yeah, sure, we'll put it on Wally, because he'll attract things to him and then Energy Beam them. Come on, Volkoi. Will we be able to get at the double summoner plan? 4 corners can also go on Wally for now, why not? Yes, double summoners! All of the minions. Not something I normally do, as y'all know, but this is just too silly an idea for me not to try. Wait. Automatically collect 1 experience a second. Increase collected experience by 100%. Does that mean I just collect 2 experience a second now? If so, Aldrich's just become an experience engine. Which at some point we'll get rid of, but for now, free levels. You don't need Pack His Life, particularly. There we go, Super Boost. Not particularly useful on you, admittedly, but it's fine. I'm still not even 100% sure what her super does. Which I should have looked, but I kept forgetting. Redirect 50% of damage taken to the pack. That'll render Volkoi basically immortal. That does mean the pack might die faster. Oh, the pack will die faster. That's not even a question. Support more hatchlings. That's a mimic. Which, of course, the Mimic is not particularly bothered by taunting. Just like they're not bothered by Dazzle, as we learned before. Increase hatchling spawn health. There's the Floating Wither. We may as well see that. Go ahead and give that to the spider. That seems fitting. Just have a ball of pain hovering around near you now. Oh, the ball of pain just actively seeks enemies out. Interesting. If enemies are nearby, it just lashes out. Not how I would have expected that to work, but you know what? That's fine. We take those. Get even more hatchlings. If we can get entanglement, this is just so over. I won't even need to do anything anymore. The game will just play itself. But we also don't have much time left in this stage for shenanigans like that to happen anyway. We've got a minute and a half before our new Guardian spawns in. Extra hatchling damage. No matter where they are, you can hear the howl. Sure, super cooldown globally, why not? Spam all the supers, it doesn't matter. The only one they can threaten is me, and I'm not that bothered right at the moment. Ow. I say before I take 12 damage and suddenly rethink my life choices. Ooh, all legendary bonuses. But what if 15% super cooldown? I'm immortal. Oh no. Exactly. Ow. Keep that in mind. Fireball to face does 13 damage. 13 damage bad for health. Don't do that. No, they've got spiders of their own, I think. I see spider webs that aren't mine. They may just have, like, No, I think the casters are summoning the spider webs. Shiver has been found, very far away from where I'm going. Well, I'll come back for him in a minute. I want this power up first. This is our last one anyway. Cool down. Ow. We don't have any healing is the only real issue. Like, I can heal a bit, and that's about all we got. A full koi. Taunt them all away from me. Stay near the angry coyotes and let them do... Oh no, those are enemy spiders. They just get buried behind the enemies. There we go, now we got enough health to be safe for a bit again. Make your super last longer. Ack. Webs. We just need to get to where Shiver is being contained, and then we'll be in business here. And we will have another ally. Dang it, these spiders, though. I don't know if I can really call them spiders. They're very strange, but... Oh god, big guy with two swords. That's a problem. There we go, there's entanglement. Now, if you thought it was weird when I had double Volkoi, what if double spider, which allows a ton of hatchlings to exist? Well, honestly, doubling the amount of Volkois would also be really strong right now since it's got 18 pack members already. And he doesn't seem to have a cap as to how many he can have. Unlike the spiders, which do have a cap. We know for a fact they have a cap because of the fact there's an ability to raise that cap. I was fishing for either Fireball or any of the other new things. Fire Aura, though, for the wolves, that works. I can live with that. Our target is right over here, though, so let's go get him. The spiders won't have a chance to get too crazy, but that's okay. There's already 28 of them on the field between the two of them, so I think that's fine. But what if each of them can have 12? More than they normally could have. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope. Look at the amount of allies we have now. Oh, the thing got opened off screen. Oops. There we go. Unlock Vampire, because that's the most useful out of those, because I can use that on, like, anybody. Let's go see what our new friend would do. Where are you? There you are. You're a big boy. Frost Dragon, Master of Everything Ice. Freeze an attacking enemy instead of receiving damage 10% or 25% of the time. Wait, no, that goes up by 25% of the time, I think. Frozen enemies also receive Weaken. You have a good amount of health, so they're another, like, tanky one. And it looks like they just, like, freeze a large area, considering their super would last longer and longer. They probably just, like, Ice Breath for a while. So that's pretty cool. And this is all of the allies we've assembled at this point. What an interesting menagerie we have here, huh? You can actually see the outlines of the other ones we would be getting if I took the time to get them. But 4.5 hours on a day where I am a little tired, probably good enough. So I will say I was definitely tempted to just keep going and keep going, at least until we got all of the other Guardians. But I'm not that invested in those other choices we saw there. And like I said, don't want to overdo it. Though I'll be honest with myself and everyone else when I say I'm probably going to work on other things after stream, so I'm not technically taking it as easy as I'm claiming I will be. But, you know. It's one of those, you are but you aren't. Yeah, you know what? We just played with Viv yesterday, and she's actually currently still live. Let me make sure, though, that she's not about to end. Because I believe she started before I did. So that would be a little awkward if she's on her way out. Yep. It's almost like I know. Quite literally ended as I was saying that. So that removes that option. But that is fine. Where are we going to go? Where could we go? I have a lot of options. Just so you all know. Why I chose to rhyme that, who can tell? And yes, I derailed it on purpose there, so I stopped doing it. Because otherwise, who knows how long that would have kept going for. I am cursed with too many choices. Just gonna click back into the game so you guys have at least got some music while my brain installs out. Otherwise, you would just be sitting there in silence, and that's just not fair to y'all. Been a bit since we raided them. Is that something I really want to see right now? I don't know. There goes the link tree one more time. Nah, you know what? We'll go over there. Support the supporters and all that. What? I typed that correctly, Twitch. What are you on about? Don't make me reopen another tab just to prove to you that I typed that correctly. You stupid website. Yeah, I guess there is another word there, but I typed all the parts I did type correctly. Fuck you. It has been a bit. Okay. So Kit Kat's playing in Slay the Princess, which is interesting. And she's good people. She's consistently supportive on Blue Sky and all that. So that should be a good choice for today. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. Sorry for the slightly lower energy today, but that's just how it be sometimes. As I said before, tomorrow is currently a little bit up in the air as to any of the nature of what will happen tomorrow. So we'll figure that out as we go. Monday we'll be back to Legend of Dragoon. Tuesday will be more of the Monster Hunter Freedom Unite collab. Thursday, of course, will be another repo lobby involving a couple specific people that did not make it for the last one, and whoever else I decide to pull for that. And then we're back to Friday Mystery. Saturday, theoretically, will be Minecraft next week, depending on how people feel, and we'll figure it all out from there. Have a good one, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.